Good evening, my friend. I'm so glad you've joined me tonight. Wherever you are listening from, perhaps in a quiet bedroom, perhaps in a favorite chair by the lamp, I welcome you. This is a story told gently, with no need to hurry, meant only to ease you into stillness. In this tale, we'll wander back to a Victorian house in London. Not the grand sort you read about in novels, but one tucked behind heavy curtains, alive with whispers, laughter, and the subtle resilience of women who carried their days with quiet strength. If you find comfort here, I'd be grateful if you tapped like or subscribed, so this little circle of quiet stories can grow. And if you feel moved, share in the comments where you're listening from. It's always a delight to know how far these gentle voices travel. So now, dim the lights. Take a long, slow breath. Perhaps let the window open a crack for the cool night breeze, or imagine yourself beside a small fire where the coals glow steady and warm. Let's step softly together into part 1. A wish drifts quietly through the cold morning air. The morning begins in near silence, broken only by the faint rattle of a carriage wheel outside, the kind of muffled sound that carries through the damp stone streets of London. Inside, in a room no larger than a modest pantry, Mary stirs beneath her blanket. The air is cold enough that her breath lingers in the shadows, a small cloud that hovers before fading away. She keeps something tucked deep inside her mind, a thought she does not voice to anyone, not even to Lily, who sleeps only a few feet away in the next narrow bed. It is not the thought of wealth nor of escape to a grander life. It is simpler, softer, and for that very reason, all the more precious. Mary imagines the sea, the way gulls wheel above gray waves, the way wind carries salt, stinging and sweet at once. She has not seen it since she was a child, but the memory lingers, folded carefully, much like the square of blue ribbon she hides in the bottom of her chest. That ribbon, faded now, had once been tied around her hair on a bright day when her father had carried her on his shoulders along the cliffs. He had bought sugared almonds from a vendor, and she had eaten them slowly, letting the taste stretch until the very last bite. She remembers that day as if it were painted in clearer colors than most of her life. The sunlight on water, the feel of his hand steady at her back, and the boundless horizon that suggested life could be wide and forgiving. The truth is far narrower. She wakes in a bed stuffed with horsehair, beside a cracked window pane where drafts slip through even when stuffed with rags. She works in a house where time is measured not by church bells, but by footsteps on the stair, by laughter that comes too loud after drink, by the sighs of those who enter and those who leave. And yet, in that secret fold of her thoughts, she holds the sea like a charm. This hidden longing is not shouted. It does not keep her awake at night, nor does it bring tears unbidden. It is simply there, like a steady hum beneath the surface of her life. She believes, though she would never say it aloud, that if she can save enough, perhaps one day she will ride a carriage or a train all the way to the coast, stand again at the edge of the water, and breathe deeply until her chest feels washed clean. It is a quiet ambition, the kind of dream that does not jostle with the ambitions of others. It gives her no advantage in her work, no coin to her purse, but it steadies her, a reminder that beyond the narrow alleys of the city, beyond the gas lamps and the smoke-blackened walls, there exists something vast and moving and free. When she rises, she does so carefully, not to wake Lily. Her bare feet touch the chill floorboards, and she bends to the small chest at the foot of her bed. Beneath folded shifts, she keeps a single pouch of coins, meager, but growing slowly. Each week, she tucks away a few pennies, sometimes only one. It is not enough to matter to anyone else, but to her it is proof. Proof that the longing is not foolish, not entirely impossible. Proof that she still belongs to herself, at least in some small measure. This morning ritual, checking the coins, smoothing the ribbon, takes only a moment. Then she straightens, pulls her shawl tighter, and moves to the basin to splash cold water on her face. The day will be long. Already she can hear the faint clatter of cook below, and soon the bell will ring for breakfast. But for these first minutes, before the house fully wakes, she breathes into her dream as if it were a lantern flame, keeping it alive against the draft. The day begins on a thin mattress and pale light. Morning did not so much arrive as thin, the darkness turning a pale gray that settled gently over the small room like breath on glass. Mary opened her eyes to it, feeling the faintest seam of chill along the windowsill and the familiar weight of the horsehair mattress beneath her hips. The blanket held yesterday's warmth, the way a hand remembers the shape of a cup. For a moment, she lay very still, listening to the house before the house remembered itself. The hesitant tick of the little clock, the murmur of a draft along the cracked sash, a far cart-wheeled rattle declining into silence. Lily slept opposite, her hair a loosened ember against the pillow. One arm had slipped free of the covers in the night. Mary reached across the narrow space and drew the blanket up, an old habit that felt like a small stitch in the morning's fabric. Lily murmured, but did not wake. The gesture steadied Mary in a way larger comforts rarely did. Ordinary mercies, she thought, made the day hold. She swung her feet to the floor. It was cold enough that she rose carefully, as one enters cold water. Ankle, calf, breath, then the rest. The basin on its wobbly stand showed a thin rind of ice. She pressed it with a knuckle. It crackled and let go, and the water beneath received the cloth with a bright sting. She washed face and neck, the pulse points that convince the body life is moving again. When she lifted her head, her breath made a small cloud in the steadied light. She let it drift away without hurry. Her hair, brushed, sounded like soft paper. She drew it back and down, simple and neat, for the hours before noon knew work, but not display. A dab of beeswax eased the winter cracks along her knuckles. The day corset came next, laced only firm enough to give the dress a decent shape. Stockings darned at the heel so many times they felt almost proud of their survival, slid on with a dry whisper. She took a moment over her boots. Clean boots made a person feel steadier, she'd learned, even when the streets did not cooperate. One lace had thinned. She tucked the weak place under the knot as a mother might turn a child's hole to the back and call it mended. Beneath the bed, between two floorboards, a narrow space hid a leather purse. She did not open it now. Counting was for evenings, when figures sat more calmly. Instead, she set her palm lightly to the board, a silent greeting to the small plan sleeping there. The touch was enough. The dream kept better when handled less. From below came the first signs of the kitchen learning its day. The poker spoke once against the grate, then again. A coal scuttle sighed. Water hissed in its meeting with hot iron. Mary could put names to the sounds without seeing them, as one names cousins by their footsteps on old stairs. Betsy would be skimming yesterday's ash. 3 quick scrapes, a pause, 2 small coughs because she never remembered to tie a rag over her mouth. Cook would open and close the oven door like a book she had read and loved for years. The house, tall and narrow, gathered itself under those hands and settled. Mary crossed to the window. Frost had feathery ideas in the corners of the panes, and she rubbed a round place clear with the heel of her hand. London looked washed and thinking of rain. A boy went by with newspapers. A cat arranged its paws with the dignity of the nearly warm. Farther down the row, a maid shook a rug as if it might give up more than dust. The air brought news that never changed. Wet brick, coal smoke, cabbage boiled to surrender, a shy thread of river breath even here. She let the curtain fall and felt, for a moment, companioned by the room's tidy poverty. The washstand with its chipped rim, the two beds that knew their work, the shawl on the peg that could make any hour kinder by its mere weight. In the small looking glass, her face seemed younger than she often felt and older than her years. Not a complaint, only a ledger kept honestly. She pinched a little color into her cheeks and smiled to see how the room answered back with a slight brightening, as if the day had accepted the bargain. She took the chamber pot and did what needed doing in the little closet off the landing, with the discreet speed of women who live privately together. On the way back, she rested her hand on the banister's polished curve. The wood held a memory of heat from other hands. It reminded her that houses remember, even when people pretend they do not. She stepped wide of the third tread, which always complained, and paused where the landing window gave a narrow view of the yard. In the far corner, a rosemary plant survived under a cracked bell jar. Betsy had rescued it from a grocer's bin for a penny and a smile. Mary nodded to it in passing, because any green thing making a go of it in winter deserved its salute. The second-floor corridor smelled faintly of lavender sachets and lamp oil. Ladies, if any had stood here, might have said the paint needed freshening. Mary, who lived here, said the paint had earned its keep. Behind one door, a cough turned and made up its mind to rest. Behind another, silence said someone was reading. The clock downstairs added a measured sentence to the morning. She followed it toward the kitchen. The hallway broadened near the front door, where deliveries came blinking out of the weather. A small side table held a cut-glass decanter of sherry for the evening, and a porcelain shepherdess who had survived more years of dusting than most shepherdesses might hope for. Mary touched the mantel as she passed, feeling the soft soot that settled even on quiet nights. After breakfast, she would make the brass bright again. It was the sort of task that gave back exactly what you offered, and she appreciated the fairness of it. Just before the kitchen, she stopped at the scullery, where a dented tin kept the scraps of a few private things. Inside lay a strip of blue paper, folded to the size of her thumb. On it, in careful letters, she had once written 4 words: sea air, father's hand. She did not unfold it. Touch served as reading. The memory rose and stood beside her a moment, then stepped back, polite as a guest who knew his visit did not need to be long to be true. The kitchen held a steadier weather than the street. Warmth lived here the way a good aunt lives, busy, watchful, present without fuss. The range breathed. Bread would be bread soon. You could tell by scent alone. Cook did not look up when Mary entered. She did not need to. "Bowls will do in a minute," she said to the air, which meant to Mary, "Lay them out as you like. I trust your hands." Betsy hurried past with a pan larger than she was. "Morning, miss," she said, and only then remembered to breathe. Mary set the cups and spoons along the table, measuring space with her eye. She turned a plate so the chip faced the wainscot. She moved a jug 2 finger widths and liked it better there. The small rightness of such things could make a day's beginning feel less like a cliff. Through the back door, opened a hand's breadth, came air that smelled of damp rope and brick. A milkman called and was answered, 2 streets away. Mary thought of the yards she could not see. Other kettles, other girls tying hair by habit and going about tasks that looked like nothing until you put them all together and called them a life. Lily arrived with the gentle confusion of one who had mislaid a thought and found it again in the doorway. Her dress was pinned at the throat and nowhere else. "I promised you tea," Mary said and poured. Lily held the cup in both hands the way a person holds a small animal, careful not to startle. "Better," she decided. "I dreamed a train left without me and felt relieved." "Then it was not your train," Mary said. Lily smiled into the steam. On a nail near the pantry hung the paper calendar, squares faintly penciled with chores and deliveries. Mary traced without touching the day's notes. Doctor tomorrow, sheets Thursday, coal Friday. In the corner of next month, someone had drawn a quiet strand of waves in the lightest hand. Mary did not need to ask who. She liked how the lines looked almost like lace, something private, patient, and not for sale. Mrs. Winters entered with her keys fat on a ring and her expression ironed smooth. She surveyed the room and found nothing to scold. "After breakfast, Mary," she said, "see to the mantel and the stair. The rain has a talent for making guests track their thoughts indoors." "Yes, ma'am." "And eat," Mrs. Winters added, already half turned away. "Tuesdays run long." "I will." When she was gone, Lily said, "She likes you." "She likes order," Mary answered. "I put it where she can see it." They smiled at the simple truth of that. Mary scalded the teapot with a little of the kettle's first temper. The cozy, once blue, now a color that remembered blue, went over the lid like a blessing. The scent lifted into the room and took up space more gently than conversation. Cups in their places, spoons aligned, napkins smoothed, small arrangements that felt like the day's backbone slipping softly into place. She stepped to the back stoop for a breath of cool. Rain had settled into mist, and mist into a brightness that did not quite commit to sun. On the wall, a snail climbed with the patience of saints. In the strip of soil, the rosemary, haloed by its cracked glass, kept a slender green. 2 sparrows sorted the crumbs the wind had left, and then thought better of their argument. The city spoke without hurry in the lane. Wheel, voice, the soft shut of a door that knew its hinges. Mary closed the door and washed her hands in the scullery sink, the kind of washing that does not chase dirt so much as gather quiet. When she dried them, she noticed the fray at the corner of a towel and folded the worn place to the inside. She liked to set weariness where it could rest. The bell in the hall gave a single clear note, a sound like a spoon against rim. It meant that breakfast would soon stop being an idea and become porridge in bowls. The morning, which had begun in the pale hush of a room and widened down the stair through smells and tasks and voices, felt ready to be itself. Mary breathed once, low, steady, as if tucking away a coin of quiet where no one would know to spend it, and reached for the stack of bowls. Outside, the light strengthened by degrees almost too modest to measure. The day, she thought, would do as days do, bring errands and chores, expectations in the places where expectations softened, bring footsteps that hesitate and then commit, bring a dozen small decisions that no one sees and that add up to a life. She found herself willing for it. Willing felt like a better word than ready, a word with less posture in it and more breath. She set the table, and in a quiet, spare moment before the first spoon tapped a rim, let her gaze rest on the doorway that faced the hall, the way a sailor watches the line where river meets sea. When breakfast came, she would meet it with the steadiness she had gathered here, in this breath, in this room that held its warmth like a promise kept. Outside, the mist held steady, and the light waited without hurry. Warm bread and coffee steadied the house at dawn. The dining room did not announce itself with grandeur. It was narrow, its wallpaper softened by years of coal smoke, and the long table bore scratches from plates and elbows that told more truth than any polish could disguise. Yet each morning, at the same hour, it became the heart of the house, the place where women gathered not as performers or ornaments, but simply as themselves. Cook's porridge was already waiting, thick and honest, filling the bowls that stood in a neat line. She was no mistress of flourishes, but she had a talent for making oats taste like comfort. She had slipped a little milk into the pot, the last of yesterday's jug, and the scent that rose was warm enough to soften the air before anyone even sat down. On a plate near the head of the table, slices of bread, browned just enough, offered their plain solidity. Beside them sat a crock of jam, plum, a little too sharp, but bright against the heaviness of porridge. Mary entered with her usual small quietness, carrying spoons balanced carefully in her hand. She arranged them without clatter, a rhythm she had perfected. Handle to the right, bowl of the spoon shining faintly. She felt the comfort of the small task. Things aligned, things waiting. At her side, Lily followed, hair still damp from her wash, and she set cups for coffee with a kind of distracted elegance, as if she were imagining herself already in some other conversation. When the others joined, Emily, Sarah, Josephine, slower from her cough, the table filled with a kind of hush that was not silence, but something gentler. The sound of chairs being drawn, of fabric brushing against wood, of small sighs as bodies folded into the ease of sitting together. It was, Mary thought, the closest they ever came to family ritual. Cook ladled porridge into bowls, her arms practiced, her eyes missing nothing. She never sat with them, never joined. But the way she placed the ladle, the way she tapped the rim of the pot just once before passing on, felt like a hand upon a shoulder. Betsy, younger and quicker, followed behind with the bread, offering slices with both hands, as if presenting treasures. The first spoonful was always the best. Steam lifted to the face, carrying with it the faint sweetness of milk, the honesty of grain. Mary took it slowly, letting the warmth move down her throat and settle deep in her chest. For a moment, all the tension of the night before, the shifting dreams, the cold basin water, the faint fear of another long day, eased into nothing. She thought, with a kind of private gratitude, that porridge could do what no speech ever managed: steady a room. Coffee followed, poured into cups that had seen better years, but still caught the lamplight in their thin porcelain. The aroma cut through the heaviness, sharp and dark, promising wakefulness. Mary lifted hers carefully, watching the faint shimmer of steam against the window where frost still lingered. She drank only half a cup, too much, and the heart grew restless. But the taste was enough, a tether between fatigue and readiness. The conversation began slowly, as it always did, first in murmurs, remarks about the weather, about the night's storm, about the milkman who had left fewer bottles than expected. Emily observed that the rain had left the streets almost polished, and Sarah replied that polished streets often meant muddy boots. Lily added that muddy boots meant extra scrubbing of skirts, which drew a tired laugh from Josephine. Small truths, exchanged like coins, warmed them as surely as the porridge. Mary listened more than she spoke. She watched the way Sarah's hands moved when she gestured, graceful even in simple talk. She noticed how Emily's curls caught the morning light, how Lily's voice carried a faint hum of mischief even when she only spoke of bread. Each woman, she thought, was carrying her own unspoken weight. Yet here, around this table, those weights seemed less sharp. Shared bread dulled edges. At the far end, Mrs. Winters entered with her ledger. She never ate with them, but she oversaw with eyes that missed nothing. Her keys jingled faintly as she moved, her purple shawl brushing the chair backs. She spoke little, only reminding them of the day's duties. Sheets this afternoon. Visitors expected by 8. Remember the stairwell brass? Her words carried the authority of habit. No one argued. No one needed to. Mary let her spoon rest a moment, letting her gaze wander to the mantel clock. The steady tick seemed to match the rhythm of spoons meeting bowls, cups touching saucers. Time here was measured not by bells of a church, but by the movements of women eating together. She found comfort in that too. When the bowls emptied, Cook appeared again with a plate of sugared biscuits, a rare indulgence. She said nothing, only placed them on the table with a glance that dared anyone to take more than one. Mary chose carefully, lifting a small piece with her fingertips. The sugar crumbled against her tongue, a sweetness that surprised after the plainer fare. She chewed slowly, savoring every grain. Lily leaned close, her voice low, meant only for Mary. If I close my eyes, I can almost pretend we're in some country inn, waiting for a cart to carry us off. Mary smiled faintly. Almost. The word held its truth. They were not in an inn. They were not leaving. But the pretense was a kindness, and Mary accepted it with gratitude. The breakfast stretched on, not hurried, not prolonged, but carried at a pace that felt human. Josephine's cough interrupted once or twice, but Sarah's hand on her arm steadied her each time. Emily spoke of a new shop on the corner selling ribbons, though too dear for anyone to buy. Lily joked she would walk in and demand a sample for inspection, which brought another ripple of soft laughter. When the last crumbs were brushed aside and the coffee cooled in its cups, Mrs. Winters closed her ledger with a sound that meant the spell was over. Chairs shifted, shawls drawn tighter. The women rose, carrying their own small steadiness from the table. Mary lingered a moment longer, her fingers tracing the rim of her cup. She thought again of the sea, of mornings that began not with porridge but with salt wind. The thought carried no ache today, only a kind of slow promise. She folded it away once more, stood, and smoothed her dress. The day waited. Soft motions of dusting and polishing shaped the hours. After breakfast, the house shifted, as if some unseen conductor had raised a hand and the orchestra of daily tasks began to play. The dining table was cleared, the bowls stacked, the crumbs brushed into Cook's waiting pan. Then, like clockwork, each woman slipped into her rhythm. There was no chart hung on the wall, no written schedule, but every one of them knew the pattern. It was the pattern itself that kept the day from unraveling. Mary took the brass polish and a soft rag from the cupboard in the hall. The stair rail gleamed in places but dulled in others, as if it could not decide which story to tell about its years of service. She began at the bottom, working slowly, circular motions that coaxed a sheen back from beneath the fingerprints of last night's guests. Each turn of the cloth left a faint warmth under her palm, a promise that even tired things could be made presentable again. Dust clung to the balusters, and she brushed it away with gentle firmness. The brush whispered against wood, a sound too quiet to disturb, but enough to remind her that work, when done at a measured pace, could almost resemble prayer. Step by step she rose, pausing now and then to admire how the light from the high window caught the rail she had just polished. The shine was modest, not a grand gleam, but it answered the effort with quiet honesty. In the parlor, Sarah had claimed the windows. She worked with a damp cloth, tracing circles into the glass until the smudges dissolved into clarity. Each circle opened the outside world a little more. The outline of a lamplighter passing, the flash of a horse's flank, the faint gray of clouds threatening more rain. She hummed faintly, not a song anyone recognized, but a tune that seemed borrowed from the rhythm of her arm. The sound drifted into the hall, mixing with the faint hiss of Mary's polish. Lily knelt by the fireplace, coaxing yesterday's ashes into the scuttle. She handled the poker with the care of someone taming an animal that might bite, each lift and scrape measured. A smudge of gray decorated her cheek, though she either did not notice or did not care. She was speaking softly to herself, counting the motions. 1 scrape, 2, 3. It kept her from rushing. She always said counting kept her mind steady, like the beat of a lullaby. Josephine, still weak from her cough, was given lighter duties. She folded linens in the laundry room, her pale hands smoothing each sheet with a patience that turned necessity into grace. The stack grew slowly but evenly, and though she tired quickly, the work gave her a sense of belonging. Every crease she pressed felt like an answer to her own lingering fragility. Mary finished the stair rail and turned to the brass knob on the front door. She rubbed until it shone enough to catch her faint reflection. The image was not flattering. The curved brass warped her face into something slightly comic. She smiled despite herself, a rare moment of humor kept private. She thought, fleetingly, of how guests would touch this knob later, never knowing whose hands had polished it that morning, whose effort had prepared their welcome. That anonymity felt oddly comforting. As she set aside the rag, Mrs. Winters appeared with her usual air of quiet authority. Her keys chimed as she walked, their sound like punctuation at the end of each step. "Well enough," she said, glancing over the gleam, "but see that the stair mats are beaten before dusk. Rain leaves a mark that never forgets." "Yes, ma'am," Mary replied, folding the cloth neatly before placing it back in the cupboard. Mrs. Winters's approval was never effusive, but it did not need to be. A task acknowledged was reward enough. The house itself seemed to breathe easier once its surfaces were tended. Lamps trimmed, curtains straightened, chairs nudged back into proper alignment. Each act was small, but together they built a sense of order that wrapped around the women like a shawl. Without these patterns, the evenings would feel harsher, the labor more exposed. The rituals softened the edges. When Mary joined Sarah in the parlor, she found her polishing the small table by the sofa, her cloth moving in lazy circles. "The glass caught the rain last night," Sarah murmured. "I thought it might leave marks." "It shines well enough now," Mary answered, taking up a second cloth and beginning on the mantelpiece. She moved the porcelain shepherdess to one side, dusting beneath her feet. The figurine's painted eyes stared out with a patience that made Mary think of endurance, of how fragile things sometimes lasted longer than strong ones. The two women worked in companionable silence. Outside, the street carried on. A vendor calling out apples, a boy chasing his own echo, the clatter of a cartwheel catching on stone. Inside, the motions of cloth against wood, of brush against hearth, created a counterpoint, a quieter music. By late morning, the house seemed to glow from within, not brightly, not ostentatiously, but with the subtle satisfaction of tasks completed. Even the air felt cleaner, as though the polish and soap had chased away more than dust. Mary stood back from the mantel, examining her work. The brass candlesticks, though plain, caught the light and sent it back in softened tones. she felt a small pride in their steadiness. Cook entered then with a tray of teacups for the women to share before lunch. She set it down without ceremony, but her presence was a reminder that sustenance was as necessary as polish. The women gathered, wiping their hands, and took the cups with grateful fingers. The tea was not special, just strong black leaves brewed in the pot, but in the middle of labor, it tasted like a pause worth savoring. Lily blew across her cup, her cheeks still streaked with ash. "It's a good house," she said softly, almost to herself. "Hard, but good." Mary nodded, sipping. "It keeps itself steady, if we do the same." Josephine, folding the last of the linens, smiled faintly, "Like we are all threads in its cloth." The others agreed with a quiet hum. For a few moments, no one worked. They simply drank, the cups warming their palms, the silence speaking as clearly as words could. Then, as if on cue, they rose again, each returning to her place, her task, her small corner of order. The rhythm resumed, not hurried, not weary, just steady. Like breath, quiet burdens linger, unseen, yet shaping every breath. The afternoon light in London was never generous. Even when clouds parted and the sun showed its pale face, the haze of coal and damp air dulled its reach. Through the tall windows of Mrs. Cartwright's house, the light entered in hesitant streaks, falling across the parlor in slanted patterns. Dust floated in the beams, visible only when caught at the right angle, as though even the air itself carried quiet reminders of labor and compromise. Mary often noticed those motes. They seemed like the hidden burdens each of the women carried, always present, rarely acknowledged, drifting quietly yet impossible to ignore if one stopped and truly looked. It was not the work itself that pressed most heavily on them. It was what clung to the edges, the memories, the losses, the fears that no polishing rag could wipe clean. She moved from the parlor toward the small hallway mirror, carrying a folded cloth in her hand. Her reflection met her with the same guarded eyes she saw each morning. No matter how she dressed or painted her cheeks, the eyes gave her away. They were the kind of eyes that had learned to listen for footsteps on the stairs, to weigh the tone of a stranger's voice in the first sentence, to judge quickly whether a night might end gently or harshly. That silent weight lived in her gaze. Sarah passed behind her carrying a stack of clean glasses for the bar. She caught Mary's eye briefly and offered a nod. Sarah's face bore its own weight, though she carried it differently. Years beyond most of the other girls, she had survived by cultivating a brisk practicality. But Mary had seen her pause when she thought no one watched, her hand resting on her lower back as though the ache there carried more than bone and sinew. Lily's weight was of another kind. She hid it behind bright remarks, behind her eagerness to chat or dream aloud about the seaside. Yet when night fell and the house quieted, Mary sometimes heard her restless turning in the narrow bed beside her, a muffled sob quickly disguised as a cough. Lily bore the ache of being too young for such compromises, of imagining what might have been if life had offered different doors. Even Josephine, still new, carried a heavy silence. Her cough had made her fragile, but Mary suspected her fragility went deeper. She folded linens with the precision of someone trying to hold herself together, as though each neat crease kept her from unraveling. Her burdens were unspoken, but visible in the way her hands lingered too long on the cloth, as if she sought comfort in the fabric's steadiness. In this house, the unspoken hung as heavily as the velvet curtains. It was part of the air, part of the way their shoulders sloped at rest, part of the way their laughter never rang as freely as the laughter of women outside these walls. Mary returned to the kitchen where Cook was stirring the midday stew. The smell of onions and beef rose warmly, but even that comfort carried its shadows. Cook, with her broad arms and capable hands, had her own burden. The memory of a husband gone, a life narrowed to meals prepared for others. She never spoke of it, but Mary sometimes caught the older woman's sigh as she kneaded dough, the kind of sigh that belongs to someone who remembers being touched with affection and now finds her hands occupied only with bread. Mrs. Winters, too, bore her weight openly in her sternness. She enforced the rules with an iron steadiness, but Mary sometimes wondered whether that severity was armor for something else, a life that had once promised more than service in another woman's house. Perhaps her disapproval was aimed not at the girls, but at the circumstances that had bound them all here. Mary carried her cup of tea back toward the parlor and sat quietly on the edge of the sofa. She let her shoulders rest for a moment. The tea steamed faintly, curling upward like a ghost of warmth. She sipped slowly, and in that pause, she acknowledged her own silent burdens. The hunger she had known in her seamstress days, the cold that had numbed her fingers, the gnawing fear that she would end in the workhouse. Those shadows never left, even though she now had food and shelter. The brothel provided safety of a kind, but it also carried its own invisible shackles. Mary thought of the doctor's weekly visits, of Josephine's cough, of the stories whispered about women who disappeared into hospitals and never returned. That fear pressed into the chest like a second corset, invisible, but always tight. She looked toward the clock on the mantel, its tick steady, patient, unbothered by the human concerns around it. Time was impartial. Time did not carry burdens. It only marked them, 1 second at a time, until a life was weighed and judged complete. Outside, the street vendors called their wares, and a group of children laughed as they chased a hoop past the door. Their laughter drifted in, careless and bright, and for a moment it felt like a mocking reminder of innocence that had slipped through her hands years ago. She set her teacup down gently, unwilling to let it rattle against the saucer. The women rarely spoke directly of these weights. To speak of them aloud might make them too real, too heavy to carry. Instead, they found ways to shoulder them together in silence. A shared glance when a customer left, a small touch on the hand when one of them seemed especially weary, a bit of bread passed across the table without comment. These gestures stitched them together in ways words could not. Mary leaned back against the sofa, letting the fabric embrace her. She thought of the unspoken pact they all seemed to share, not to drown in despair, but to keep moving forward, one polished stair rail, one folded sheet, one cup of tea at a time. That was how they carried the silent weights, not by denying them, but by giving them a rhythm, a pattern that could be born. The tick of the clock marked another minute. The day would continue. Chores, small tasks, preparations for evening. The burdens would remain, but so too would the small comforts. Warm food, a place to rest, the companionship of women who understood without needing to ask. In that balance, Mary found a strange peace. The silent weights were part of her, but they did not crush her. They shaped her into someone who endured, someone who found meaning in polishing a stair rail, in folding a cloth, in drinking tea slowly on a gray afternoon. In another's story, pieces of our own quietly appear. The hours between midday and dusk often passed with a peculiar stillness in the house. Work remained to be done, but it was lighter, quieter. The sort of tasks that did not demand the body so much as they occupied the mind enough to keep away uneasy thoughts. It was in these stretches of softer labor that companionship revealed itself, not loudly, but but in fleeting glances and half-spoken words that mirrored back one's own hidden self. Mary sat near the tall window, a basket of mending in her lap. The light that filtered through the lace curtains was dull, but steady, enough to guide her needle. She had grown skilled with stitches long before she came to the house, her seamstress hands trained to find strength in small precision. Each pass of the needle was neat, the thread pulled firm, the fabric made whole again. She thought often of how her own life resembled these repairs, patched, reinforced, but never entirely new. Sarah settled into the chair across from her, brushing out her hair with slow, deliberate strokes. The bristles whispered through the golden strands, catching the occasional tangle. Mary watched, remembering how as a girl she had once watched her mother do the same. Sarah glanced up and caught her gaze, smiling faintly. "You mend well," she said, her voice low, touched with that practical calm she always carried. "Better than any tailor I've known." Mary returned the smile, small but genuine. "I only make things hold together long enough." The seams tell their own truth if you look close. Sarah's eyes softened, and for a moment Mary saw something reflected there, an acknowledgement that Sarah too knew about holding things together, about keeping seams from unraveling. It was not spoken, but it was present, as visible as the hair that fell across her shoulder. At the far side of the parlor, Lily was humming again, perched on the rug with her back against the sofa, a book open across her knees. She read haltingly, lips moving slightly with the words. Her education had been broken by circumstance, and though she could puzzle out sentences, she often stumbled. Josephine sat beside her, patient, pointing at the lines when Lily faltered. Together they made their way through a passage, Lily laughing when she misread a word, Josephine correcting her with gentle pride. Mary observed them quietly, warmed by the sight. In Lily's effort and Josephine's encouragement, she saw her younger self again, hungry to learn, leaning on those a little steadier than herself. It was strange how their companionship echoed her own past, as though the house held mirrors, not of glass, but of experience. Cook entered with her sleeves rolled high, carrying a tray of tea and small slices of yesterday's cake. She set it down with her usual brusque affection. "Don't let it go cold," she warned, though everyone knew she took pride in providing it. The women gathered close, the basket of mending and the brush and the book all set aside. Cups were filled, steam rising between them like a veil. Emily took her tea last, her hands graceful even in such simple action. She sat beside Mary, their shoulders nearly touching. "I used to take tea with my aunt at this hour," Emily said quietly, as if confiding something delicate. She would read aloud from novels. It was the only time I noticed Mary looked at her, and in those words she recognized her own memories of evenings when someone's attention made her feel less invisible. She reached lightly, almost without thought, and let her fingers brush Emily's sleeve. "It matters, doesn't it?" she said softly, "to have someone see you." Emily nodded, eyes lowered. That was all, but the moment lingered. The conversation turned to lighter matters, the ribbon shop again, a rumor about a new bakery, the possibility of warmer weather. Yet beneath the small talk ran that steady undercurrent of companionship. Mary felt it in the rhythm of Sarah's hair brushing, in Lily's stumbling laughter, in Josephine's patient correction, in Emily's quiet confession. Each reflected a piece of her own hidden longing, her own silent burdens. When the tray was nearly empty, Cook returned to collect it. She gave no thanks for the empty cups, but cast a glance around the room that spoke enough. In her gaze, Mary caught another reflection, an older woman who, despite her sternness, cared deeply for these girls. She never said it, never indulged in tenderness, but her presence itself was a form of watchfulness. The shadows lengthened as the afternoon waned. The parlor grew dim, and Sarah rose to light the lamps, adjusting the flames until the glow settled into a golden hush. Mary put away her mending, smoothing the fabric one last time. Lily closed her book with a dramatic sigh, earning a laugh from Josephine. In those small acts, Mary recognized again how companionship worked in this house. It was not in declarations or dramatic gestures. It was in brushing one another's hair, in teaching a word from a book, in passing a cup of tea. It was in these reflections, quiet, almost accidental, that they saw themselves mirrored back. And in those mirrors, the burdens felt less solitary. Small mercies unlock doors no coin could ever open. Evening always approached with its own quiet weight. The sun slipped lower behind the roofs, lamps were trimmed, curtains drawn, and yet before any knock came at the door, the house already carried a hum of expectation. It was during this in-between time, when daylight faded, but the night's work had not yet begun, that Mary noticed kindness most keenly. Not the grand gestures sung of in novels, but the small mercies that, like a hidden key, unlocked breath in the midst of strain. Mary sat at her dressing table, brushing her hair for the second time. The glass of the mirror was faintly clouded, distorting the light of the lamp beside it. She saw her reflection not as a stranger, but as a reminder. Eyes lined with fatigue, mouth softened from speaking politely too often. She drew the brush slowly, counting strokes. The rhythm soothed her. Yet what truly calmed her was Lily's sudden hand on her shoulder. "You missed a strand," Lily said, taking the brush without ceremony. She guided it through Mary's hair with gentle precision. No further words were needed. The kindness lay in the simple act, the recognition that someone else's hand could lessen a burden, however slight. Elsewhere, Josephine folded shawls to set in the parlor. Her cough had left her weaker than the others, but she persisted, her pale fingers arranging fabric with care. Sarah entered and, seeing her hesitate with one particularly heavy shawl, took it from her arms without remark. "This one's stubborn," she said lightly, draping it over her own shoulder as though it weighed nothing. Josephine's sigh of relief was quiet, but Mary noticed it from across the room. At the hearth, Emily poured hot water into a basin so the girls might warm their hands. The steam rose, curling into the air. "Take your turn," she urged, passing the basin around. When it reached Mary, she placed her fingers into the warmth and felt more than heat. She felt the shared intention of care, a thread running through all of them, binding them in something gentler than routine. Such acts were not part of the house's rules. Mrs. Cartwright demanded decorum, skill, beauty, polish, but kindness was never mentioned in her lists of duties. It appeared anyway, sprouting like green shoots through stone. Mary often thought it was kindness, not paint or polish, that kept the house standing. Mrs. Winters, strict and unsmiling, surprised them too at times. That evening, when Josephine coughed harder than usual, Winters pressed a small paper packet into her hand. "Herbal powders," she said briskly. "Steep them in hot water." She turned away before thanks could be spoken, but her gift lingered like a hidden lamp in a dark hallway. Mary filed it away in her memory. Even sternness had seams of mercy. The kindness key showed itself in subtler ways as well. When laughter erupted in the parlor over Lily's exaggerated impression of a pompous gentleman, Sarah placed a cushion beneath Josephine's back without fuss. When Cook discovered she had only enough cream for half the cups, she silently slipped her own share into the pot so the girls would have more. When Emily noticed Mary staring too long at the rain streaking the window, she placed a sugared almond into her palm with a conspiratorial wink, as though to say, "The world may be bitter, but let us make it sweet for a moment." Mary kept thinking of keys, those objects Winters always jingled at her belt. They opened doors, secured cupboards, kept order. But the keys Mary cherished were these other ones, gestures that opened the heart when it was clenched too tight. She realized slowly that without them, the doors inside her would rust shut. The lamps were lit, their glow softening every surface. The parlor was nearly ready for guests, but the women lingered in this prelude of warmth. Josephine sipped the herbal infusion Winters had given her, her shoulders easing. Lily leaned against Mary's arm, humming tunelessly. Sarah inspected the fire, prodding it until it blazed with a steadier flame. In that moment, Mary saw the whole house transformed, not by the prospect of money, not by the polish of brass, but by the quiet network of mercies that wove invisibly through their hours. Each kindness, however small, acted as a key. It opened a bit of space in which to breathe, in which to remember that they were not merely bodies for hire, but human souls capable of grace. The clock chimed the hour, low and resonant. The night's business would soon begin. Doors would open, strangers would enter. But Mary carried the warmth of those keys with her. She felt steadier, readier, armored, not in silk or rouge, but in the memory of small mercies shared. The night swells, yet the loudest moment holds its breath. The house always shifted once the first knock sounded at the front door. Even before the door opened, the air thickened, as though each lamp flame leaned forward to listen. Evening, once a quiet thing of brushes and cups of tea, transformed into a current that pulled every woman into its tide. Yet in that current, there came a moment, a crest, a still point, that Mary came to think of as the house's silent climax. She heard the sound first, the hollow rap of a visitor's hand against wood. Mrs. Winters, punctual as ever, crossed the hall to answer. Mary remained seated in the parlor, her hands folded loosely in her lap. She had learned not to fidget, not to betray anticipation. Beside her, Lily smoothed her skirt for the third time. Sarah leaned back, her face practiced into a mask of serene welcome. The door opened. Voices met, low and formal. Money was discussed behind the safer door of Mrs. Cartwright's office, never in front of the women. The fire in the parlor flickered, throwing shadows against the drawn curtains. Mary felt her heartbeat quicken, though her face betrayed nothing. This was the moment before an evening truly began, the edge between calm and performance. Emily was called first. She rose gracefully, every movement measured, her green silk rustling softly. She smiled toward Mary and the others, but her eyes already carried distance as though she were stepping into another self. The office door closed behind her and Mr. Harrington. Silence returned. That was how it always unfolded. One name, one departure, then another. Each time, the parlor grew emptier, yet the tension remained. Mary sipped her tea slowly, though it had long since cooled. When Mrs. Cartwright entered again, calling Sarah's name, the pattern advanced. Mary listened to the sounds above, the creak of a stair, the muffled thud of a closing door. The rhythm of the house gathered itself. More guests arrived, coats shrugged off, laughter too loud from men who carried the weight of brandy on their breath. Still, Mary sat, waiting. Her turn came when the mantel clock's hands stood near 9. Mrs. Cartwright, her purple silk whispering authority, spoke her name. Mary. Mr. Hamilton requests your company. Mary rose. The room seemed to narrow around her as she followed into the hall. Mr. Hamilton, tall, well-dressed, inclined his head politely. He had returned just as he promised. Mary noted his steady gaze, not too sharp, not too dull. The transaction was swift. Money in Cartwright's hand, boundaries spoken, the smallest of nods exchanged. Then Mary offered her arm, guiding him toward the parlor. But before they crossed its threshold, she paused. She heard something in the house, an almost complete silence. All doors upstairs had shut. All footsteps had ceased. The fire snapped, the clock ticked, but the living presence of so many people seemed suspended. She felt the weight of it settle in her chest. This was the crest, the climax without volume. Every woman occupied, every man paired, every corridor filled with unspoken bargains. The house, so often full of motion, stilled at its busiest. It was like standing on the top of a wave, the ocean poised before it broke. Mary inhaled. She felt her own body steady, her heart slowing to match the hush. Mr. Hamilton's voice broke it gently. "Shall we?" She smiled, inclining her head. Yes, upstairs. Her room welcomed them with its fire already burning low, its flowers refreshed that morning. She poured sherry, listened as he spoke of a lecture he had attended, responded with attentive warmth. The physical part came later, as expected. But what struck her most was that earlier moment, the way the house itself had seemed to hold its breath. After Mr. Hamilton departed, leaving his respectful bow behind him, Mary lingered by the window. The rain had begun again, tapping lightly against the glass. She pressed her fingertips to the pane, cool against her skin. She thought of the hush, of how silence itself could thunder louder than any laughter or sighs. It was in that silence that she felt most aware of her place in the house, a single thread in a woven cloth, stretched but unbroken. Each woman above her, each man beside her, each creak of floorboard, all part of the tapestry. And yet, for one suspended breath, she had sensed it as a single whole. The night continued. Doors opened, doors closed. Men left, others arrived. Laughter returned, glasses clinked, the parlor filled again. But Mary carried the hush inside her, a memory of stillness in the middle of the storm. Shared tea and laughter knit gentle bonds together. The night never moved in a straight line. It turned corridors and doubled back on itself. It rose and fell the way a lullaby does when sung without hurry. By the time the mantel clock measured the hour close to 11, the first tide of visitors had ebbed, leaving the house in a soft between time. Lamps hummed low. Fires sank to their patient red. Somewhere a door sighed as it found its frame. In that tender slack of the evening, the women, one by one, drifted toward the kitchen as if some invisible thread had tugged them there. Cook had kept a corner of the range awake for them, a single hob glowing like an ember cupped in the hand. She had set out what she called second supper. Not a feast, but the kind of plate that forgives a long day. Crusts from the earlier loaf, a heel of cheese, a jar of pickled onions, and slices of cold beef resting under a paper tent. Beside the tray stood the brown pot of tea with its faded cozy, a knitted thing that remembered bluer winters. Mary arrived first, shoulders lowered as though she had set down a basket the rest need not see. She did not speak. She only reached for the cups and aligned them in a neat crescent, handle to the right, a small order to greet the others. Lily came next, hair slightly askew, eyes bright with that particular tiredness that makes one want to chatter, just to keep the hour from settling too heavily. Sarah followed with her steady gait, and the ledger still under her arm, as if numbers might have asked to join them for tea. Josephine slipped in last, wrapped in her shawl like a thought one means to keep warm. "Bread first," Cook said, and the sentence landed like a blessing. She sliced with a practical hand, laying the pieces in a shallow row. Betsy poured the tea, serious as a bell ringer, and the steam rose to meet the damp breath of the window panes. The room took on the smell of safe things: leaf, crust, heat. Conversation did not leap. It unfurled. Mary asked after Josephine's cough, and Josephine answered with the mild pride of someone who can finally say better and mean it. Sarah noted that the Coleman had promised Friday, but would try for Thursday if the weather turned. Lily described a gentleman's ridiculous cravat, miming its wobbling architecture until even Cook's mouth tilted, which counted as laughter in her language. Mary watched this gentle weaving and felt the day loosen its grip on her joints. They ate without ceremony, but not without grace. A bite of bread, a careful sip, the little clink of spoon against cup, like rain against a rail. Betsy, who worked as hard as any clock and was still far from a woman, held her tea with both hands and listened. This was how she learned the house, not by eavesdropping where she shouldn't, but by sitting where she belonged and letting experience speak in the voice of ordinary talk. "Do you remember," Sarah asked, "that winter 2 years past, when the pipes near the yard froze and we boiled snow for washing?" She said it lightly, but the memory made everyone feel suddenly warmer by contrast. "I remember," Mary said, "how the towels dried stiff as plaster. You could have stood them like soldiers." "And you did," Lily put in, delighted. "You marched them across the kitchen in ranks until Winters came in and nearly tripped over a cavalry of cloth." This drew real laughter, the kind that bends a room toward brightness. Even the kettle seemed to laugh, issuing a soft chuff. Mary smiled, surprised to feel the scene come back to her whole. The sting in her fingers, the ribbon of her breath in the air, the comic army she'd made to scold the cold. How strange that the tenderest bonds often grew from such small absurdities, a shared silliness folded into a hard season. When plates had thinned and the pot was half a shade lighter, Sarah laid the ledger on the table as one lays down a frank question. She did not open it yet. She only rested a palm over the cover, thoughtful. "Ladies," she said, and the word was neither mock nor pretense in her mouth, "there's talk that coal will be dearer next month. Carriage fees, they say. If we mean to keep the fires as we have, we should plan." Mary met her eye and nodded. Planning, in Sarah's hands, never felt like scolding. It felt like kindness dressed in numbers. "We could put by 2 pennies from each tip," Mary offered. "Not from the purse, only the extra. It would be coal we don't feel twice." 2 pennies, Josephine echoed, half to test the shape of the pledge. She tucked a loose hair back under her shawl and breathed easier. "I can do that. We could also save in heat what we spend in coin," Lily said, a little abashed to be thinking practically, but brave enough to say it. "Close the parlor lace when no one sits. Keep the kitchen door easy on its hinge. I can darn the draft cloth at the hall step." She looked to Mary as if to ask permission to be a sensible creature. "You'll do it beautifully," Mary said, and meant both the cloth and the courage. Cook refilled cups without comment, but her nod suggested agreement. Mrs. Winters was not there, a rare absence at this hour, but her keys, hung on their nail, gave a faint chime as if they approved the plan in her stead. The ledger opened then, its pages ruled like a quiet sermon. Sarah listed the small sums each could promise and the little economies they could keep. No one argued that the figures were too meager to matter. The house had taught them that what is held in common grows differently than what is kept alone. It multiplies, not by arithmetic, but by resolve. When the talk of pennies had settled, the kitchen fell into a companionable hush. Lily drew a straight needle from the jar and examined its point as if it were a wand with a single spell to cast. "Mary," she asked, "will you show me again how to turn a hem so it looks like something a careful person did?" Mary smiled and moved her chair to sit beside her. She laid the cloth across both their knees, the fabric warm from having been near the stove. "Catch only 2 threads," she said, "so the stitch lies small as a freckle. Hide your knot as if you have secrets and good reasons for them." "That I do," Lily said, grinning, and Casey, who had never corrected a joke by its name, let the corner of her mouth agree. Mary guided Lily's hand through the first 3 stitches, then let her go and watched the 4th. It lay well. The 5th, though, made a little hill where there should have been a meadow. "Unpick that, Mary advised. "Gentleness does not mean letting a mistake stand." Lily nodded, unpicking, and her concentration drew her close to stillness. Mary loved that look on a person's face, the one that says even the world's noise has had the kindness to wait a minute. On the other side of the table, Josephine coaxed Betsy through a page of print that had found its way into the house by the pocket of a customer who'd not miss it. The words were not large, but they were friendly. A paragraph about a shop's new hours, a notice of a lecture, a weather report that promised nothing and therefore offended no one. "Sound it," Josephine said. "Shower." "Shower," Betsy ventured, hopeful. "Just so," Josephine said, her pride as quiet as a cat's purr. "You'll be reading novels next," Lily called, without looking up from her seam. "I shall read the bills first," Betsy returned, unexpectedly prim, which sent a ripple of mirth around the table. Even mirth, in that hour, moved gently. Mary, her hand free now, took a sugared almond from a small tin Emily kept for courage and set it in the middle of the table. "For whomever needs it most after the next story," she declared, because stories always came in this lull, and there was always one that asked for a sweetness at the end. Emily, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, lifted her eyes. "I'll spend mine on telling," she said, and folded her hands as if warming them at the memory. "When I was a girl, there was a map in my aunt's parlor, not of the world, but of the park near our house. It was painted in watercolors by a distant cousin fond of walking. He had given the trees names, Row of Prayers, Archer's Lane, 3 Sisters, and he'd inked little dots for benches where he claimed a person could sit and think their way from worry to solution." "Did it work?" Sarah asked, amused. "I never tried," Emily confessed. "I only liked to stand before it and pretend I could walk from a trouble to a bench without anyone seeing me go." Mary felt that ache of recognition that is not painful precisely, only deep. "Perhaps you've been doing it ever since," she said softly, "finding benches in rooms where there are none." "Yes," Emily agreed, surprising herself. "Perhaps the kitchen is one. Look at us, sitting like a map promised we could." They let that settle, and in the settling, Mary felt the bonds knit tighter, like stitches laid nearly invisible, but holding a garment against wear. She glanced toward the door and thought she could almost see the house on its own invisible map. The parlor like a broad lawn where manners grow, the stairs a steep path, the small bedrooms a pair of benches facing one another, the kitchen a circle drawn in warm pencil. The clock, kind and punctual, offered a single chime for the quarter. Outside, Carriage wheels smudged a line of sound along the street and faded. Rain, which had been deciding itself for an hour, finally committed to a fine whisper against the glass. Cook rose to bank the stove, but before she did, she set 3 spoons of jam on a plate, as if by accident, as if 3 were not exquisitely counted. "Not much," she said, "but it makes the bread a kinder thing." Lily pushed the plate toward Josephine first without comment. Josephine glanced up, thanking with her eyes more than voice. Mary split her slice and handed half to Betsy, who at first refused and then accepted with the shy reluctance of one who is learning that plenty is sometimes real. Sarah took the last, and in that tiny sweet, found a sum larger than coins could show. "What would you write on your map?" Mary asked then, because questions that lean forward are part of the knitting. "Not street names, your own names for places you trust." "Bread corner," Cook answered, from the stove, without turning. "Where the first loaf meets the knife." "Window of good news," Josephine said, surprising herself, touching the pane where rain made a veil. "When the light comes that particular way." "Pocket Lane," Lily grinned, holding up the hem she had stitched. "Where secrets keep nicely and do no harm." "Figures Field," Sarah decided, tapping the ledger. "The place where fear turns into lines and columns and therefore quits being fog." Mary considered, then spoke. "Quiet Harbor." She pointed to the chair that had become hers by habit, the one beside the teapot, at the corner of the table nearest the warm side of the oven. "Here," she said, "where I remember that stillness is a kind of answer." No one disputed the choices. They only looked around the humble room as if both map and territory lay open, generous, and theirs. By the time the pot gave up its last useful heat, their faces had loosened into something softer than smiles and warmer than composure. They were not made over, not transformed, but restored, a word that admits no magic, only attention. Sarah closed the ledger. Betsy tucked the stray sheet of print into her apron, as if she had saved a bird from rain. Josephine laid a hand briefly over her chest and found her breath even. Lily smoothed the novel's frayed spine as if it were a sleeping animal. Mary stacked the cups, aligning the handles as if she could steer the night by placing small moons in a row. She did not hurry. The hour had done its work, and she wanted it to last the length of 3 more breaths. In the second breath, she looked at each of them, their faces washed in stove light, their shoulders unburdened for this handful of minutes, and thought that if the world could see them as she did now, it might speak more gently. In the third, she felt the old ribbon of longing stir, sea air, father's hand, and found that it did not sting tonight. It hummed like the kettle, and then it settled back into its drawer. A bell rang faintly in the hall. Not urgent, just the house reminding them that the tide was turning again. They rose without complaint. Chairs let out their small old man creaks, and the warmth they left behind rose briefly like breath and vanished. "Back to the benches," Emily said, brushing crumbs from her lap. "Different ones, to be sure." "To the map," Sarah corrected softly. "Together, even when apart." They parted then, not dramatically, not with speeches, but with the calm assurance of women who have lent one another a piece of steadiness and expect to return to collect more when the next lull allows. Mary paused at the threshold and looked back once. Cook had already lifted the cloth over the remains. Betsy had reached for the matches to snuff the lamp. The kitchen, in that instant, looked exactly like the promise Emily's cousin had painted. A small, trustworthy square of color, labeled with a hand that knew what it was to be tired and brave. Mary drew the door to with care. In the passage, The hushing velvet of nightwork gathered itself. Voices, light and low, stirred. A stair received a footstep. The house, threaded and mended by quiet bonds, moved on. Sometimes the quiet itself delivers the sharpest jolt. The night had gathered itself fully by the time the mantel clock whispered midnight. The last customers of the earlier tide had gone out into the rain-slick streets, their boots leaving the faint smell of damp leather behind them. The parlor lay hushed now, chairs slightly askew. The fire collapsed into low embers that pulsed like a heartbeat half asleep. Mary sat alone for a while, resting her hand on the arm of the sofa, savoring the rare stretch of silence. It was a silence filled not with peace, but with suspension, like a held breath. In that stillness, every creak seemed louder, every tick of the clock an announcement. Mary could almost hear the house thinking. The velvet curtains hung heavy, the wallpaper breathed its faint odor of coal smoke, the air itself waited. And then, from upstairs, a sound broke it, not loud, not violent, but sharp against the hush. A cough, strained and harsh, from Josephine's room. It pierced the quiet like a crack in glass. Mary rose before she thought, her slippers whispering against the carpet as she made her way to the stairs. Each step echoed more than usual, the stillness amplifying her smallest motion. She reached Josephine's door and paused. Inside, the coughing racked the younger woman's frame, a dry, relentless sound that no tea or herb could soften. Mary tapped lightly, then entered. The lamp by the bed burned low, casting Josephine's face in amber shadow. Her cheeks were flushed, her shawl clutched too tightly to her chest. "Easy," Mary whispered, crossing the room. She poured water from the pitcher, lifted it to Josephine's lips. The girl drank shakily, eyes glistening. When she settled back, her breathing eased, though each inhale carried a rasp. Mary smoothed her hair back, the strands damp against her palm. "It's nothing," Josephine murmured, though her voice betrayed the truth. Mary did not contradict her. She only sat until the breathing steadied, her own presence the answer. In that stillness, the reality pressed itself upon her. How thin the line was between comfort and collapse, between a working night and an ending one. The shock lay not in noise or calamity, but in the reminder that frailty could announce itself in so small a sound. Downstairs, the house remained silent. The others did not come. The parlor, the kitchen, the empty hall, all held their breath. Mary thought of how many women had coughed in these rooms before, and how many would after, and how the house absorbed each sound into its hidden history. She stayed until Josephine fell into a restless sleep. Then she slipped out, closing the door with careful fingers. On the landing, she leaned against the wall, her own chest rising and falling with deliberate slowness. She had not realized how deeply the cough had unsettled her until she stood there, alone in the stairwell, listening to the absence of further sound. Back in the parlor, she poured herself a half cup of cold tea and sat again. The clock's hands pointed straight upward, a new hour born. She watched the embers pulse, felt the hush fold around her once more. Yet the silence had changed. It was no longer a gentle pause. It carried the echo of Josephine's weakness, a reminder that life inside the house balanced on threads thinner than any she mended. The stillness itself became the shock, that in such quiet, one could hear mortality whisper, not with thunder, but with the rasp of a girl's breath. Mary held her cup steady, willing her own heart to calm. She thought of the kindness key from earlier hours, of the bonds knit over tea and bread, and she clung to them now, knowing that silent compassion was sometimes all they had. Upstairs, the coughing ceased. The house exhaled. Mary, too, let her shoulders sink, though she knew the hush carried its warning. She would remember it tomorrow and the day after, that in stillness truths arrive uninvited, sharp and unforgettable. Familiar tasks answer the night with calm, steady hands. There is a kind of echo that does not use sound at all. It returns as motion, as the touch of a clean cloth upon a table's scar, as a kettle lifted at the same moment every day, as a breath taken to the rhythm a house has taught its people. When the small hours thinned and the mantel clock let go of 2, then 3, Mary finally slept. Not deeply, not like a stone dropped in a well, but as a leaf settles on the surface of a pond. Quiet, light, willing. When the first gray found the edges of the window and sketched a faint line along the curtain, she woke to the echo of routine answering the night. Lily slept on, turned toward the wall, one hand under her cheek as if holding a promise. Josephine's room lay between sleep and wakefulness. The cough had gentled, not gone, and each time it tried to gather itself, it met the soft barricade of the herbal steam Winters had provided. The house, tall and narrow and practiced, remembered its morning duties before any of them rose. Damp crept along the sash. Coal breathed its first careful warmth downstairs. Somewhere, she could not say where, a floorboard shifted like an old man stretching. Mary eased from the bed, careful with the cold. The basin gave her the bright bite of necessary water, and the small shock steadied her, made her senses line up like soldiers asked to be brave in a modest way. She dried her face, rubbed beeswax into the knuckles that winter had made thin, and gathered her hair with the neatness that had served her since the seamstress days. The shawl, lifted from its peg, carried the faint scent of lavender and yesterday's lamp smoke, a combination that felt less like perfume than like company. On the landing, she paused, as she often did, where the window let a slip of sky pour down the stair. Morning was not gold today, only pewter. Cloud laid over cloud, a lid set upon the city's pot to keep it from boiling over. She listened. In listening, she heard the echo of last night, not as fear, but as instruction. Be gentle, be ready, do the ordinary things, and do them carefully. It is how a house learns to bear what it must. In the kitchen, Cook had already arranged the first motions. The dampers nudged, the lids lifted, the pot's first talk in the throat of the range. Betsy, with hair still damp from a too hasty wash, stood on tiptoe to reach a row of cups. "Morning, Miss Mary," she said, and the greeting made the room feel less like a task and more like a welcome. "Morning, Bets," Mary answered, and set to laying spoons. She did it as she always did, handles aligned, bowls shining toward the lamp, not because anyone had told her they must, but because the sight of a small order laid upon the day kept her own breath from rushing. The cloth on the table bore a faint old stain, wine from some previous winter, persuaded mostly out but never entirely gone. She smoothed the wrinkle near it. The mark did not trouble her. Houses, like faces, keep what they have lived. Polish is not the same as forgetting. When Lily drifted in, she moved as if gravity were a soft request and she was thinking it over. "Dreamt of trains again," she murmured by way of greeting, and stole a glance at the kettle as though it might whistle her into composure. Not frightening. Merely late. "Better late than lost," Mary said, and pressed the heel of her hand gently to Lily's shoulder, a signal she had learned that meant, "You are here. That is enough." Sarah came with the ledger under her arm and a pencil tucked into her hair as if it were a hairpin in disguise. She did not open the book, not yet. Morning belonged first to porridge, and to the first sip of tea that returns color to the edges of things. Josephine arrived last, wrapped well, but with more breath in her than Mary had hoped to expect. "Better," Josephine said, and the single word did more good in the room than any sermon. Breakfast gathered itself. Bowls, the slow lift of steam, the first humble mouthfuls. For a handful of minutes, they let the silence carry the weight. The sound of spoons against china tapped the steady rhythm of the morning's heart. A cart grumbled past outside. Rain considered itself and decided to postpone. The house took a long inhale and found it had the space. It was Wednesday, the doctor's day, and that knowledge shaped the hours even before they happened. Routine, once learned, moves ahead of the feet that follow it. After breakfast, the parlor must be straightened more than the usual, the rosewood desk cleared, the towel set ready in the basin, the little bottle uncorked to let its sharp spirit announce cleanliness without apology. Mary carried these preparations in her body as surely as she carried her bones. She wiped the desk as one might wipe a brow, with care that had learned when to press and when to leave well enough alone. "Shall I dust the high shelf?" Lily asked, already halfway up the footstool, and Mary steadied the stool with a palm on its edge. "If you'll let me turn the books as you go," Mary replied, "so their spines all look forward. It cheers them." She spoke the last like a joke, but they found, without saying so, that the right arrangement of small things does a little therapy on the larger ones. Sarah, at the window, folded the lace back to admit more light. "Numbers at 9, she said softly, half to herself. "Doctor by 10, deliveries noon, sheets by 2. If the rain holds, the line in the yard will do the work of 2 girls." Betsy, listening as she wiped the chair legs, stored the sequence as children store nursery rhymes, the kind she would one day hear herself repeating without knowing she had learned it by heart. Mrs. Winters arrived at the parlor door, keys a brief conversation at her waist. "Good," she said, surveying the tidy order. "And better in 10 minutes." It was not a rebuke. It was the house speaking through her, asking them to enter the last inches of preparation that most eyes would miss and yet feel. Dr. Harrison wrote, "He'll come 1:15. We will not keep him waiting." They never did. A house like this kept its own kind of dignity, and punctual kindness to the people who ministered to your survival was part of it. By the time the clock's minute hand touched the appointment, the parlor had remade itself into a small, precise world. A clean cloth over the desk, a folded towel, a carafe of clear water, the chair placed just so to catch the light. The air held the smell of lavender and coal, but also the crisp, almost metallic suggestion that accompanies soap and glass, and the decision to be brave. When the knock came, it was not a surprise. The day had called it into being. Winters answered with her measured welcome. Dr. Harrison entered as he always did, hat off, gloves neatly held, voice pitched to a steady note that neither coaxed nor chastened. He shook Winters's hand as one greets a colleague, not a servant, and he bowed his head to the room as if it had done him a favor by existing. "Ladies," he said, "good morning." The phrase, ordinary as bread, carried the respect of a man who understands that health is a partnership and that fear can be soothed by tone as much as by tincture. Mary waited her turn. Routine was a ladder. You climbed it one rung at a time and never looked down more than you must. Josephine went first at Winters's nod, and Mary watched her go with the kind of attention one reserves for the vulnerable. Eyes soft, mouth firm, a prayer that does not need words. The door closed, the room breathed, The clock moved its thin hand a hair's breadth. Lily's turn, then Emily's, Sarah's. Each time, the door opened, the small formalities resumed, and the pattern held. Mary felt her own breath slip into the measure, like a singer finding the part she knows. When Winters inclined her head at last, Mary rose and went in. The room had become another kind of place. Dr. Harrison had his instruments set at right angles. A little republic of glass and cloth and metal that promised order lay beneath worry. His face held the same concentration she had seen every week. It never seemed bored, never intrusive. He asked after her sleep, after her appetite, after any unusual discomfort, and he listened as though the answers mattered. The examination itself was brisk, the touch clinical, the privacy preserved as much as could be managed by chaperoned distance, and the trust an hour learns after many months. When it was done, he made the neat note in his book and said, without ceremony, "Continue as you are, Miss Mary." The sentence was a small boat set back onto a river that could have turned to rapids. Outside again, in the corridor, the echo of routine answered the echo of anxiety, and the day tilted towards steadiness once more. The doctor remained for Winters's inevitable questions about tonics and temperatures, and for Cook's inevitable mug of tea, taken standing, because his schedule did not bend, but his manners did. He left precisely when his minutes were done, not a moment sooner or later, and the front door received and released him like a well-rehearsed stage. After, the house shifted from clinic back to home. Mary moved with a renewed lightness through her list. The glasses for the parlor polished to ease the evening's first sherry. The stair mats beaten gently on the back step where the air, damp as a dog's nose, accepted the day's dust without complaint. The linen cupboard inventoried with Sarah so that Thursday's laundry would find them neither short nor careless. Each act answered the night's memory. Josephine's cough, the held breath on the landing, not by denying it, but by laying thread over it. Stitch by neat, stitch in the scullery, Mary found the basket of mending waiting like a friend who has pulled up a chair before you arrived. She took the first item, a cuff loosened by a careless hand, and set to it with a needle that had learned the city's pace. In, out, pull, breathe. The rhythm called up older mornings in other rooms, her mother's small voice telling the weather by the smell of the wind, her father humming the first 2 bars of a hymn and never remembering the third, the cottage cat thumping its tail in decision. Routine had been their anchor then. It was her anchor now. Different shores, same rope. At noon, the deliveries came. The baker at the side door with a bag of flour tied like a parcel against the drizzle. The milkman tight with apology for 2 bottles instead of 3. The Coleman's boy with cheeks like apples and boots that begged forgiveness for the mess they made. Winters signed where she must. Cook stacked where she could. Betsy swept where the boy's contrition failed. Mary took the small economy of it in stride. 1 less dish to bake, 1 more loaf to stretch. A pot of soup that would lean a little more upon the generosity of onion. They ate their midday bowls in simpler fashion than breakfast. Standing, some of them, or perched a minute on the edge of a chair while a task waited on the sill. The stew had the honest habit of tasting better than its parts. Mary warmed her hands around the bowl and thought again of echoes, how a spoon against a rim could sound like reassurance, how the scrape of a chair meant not departure, but return, how the soft cough from the top of the stairs called for tea and not alarm now. After the bowls were rinsed, the house set itself toward afternoon. Sheets wanted seeing to. The copper tub wanted carrying to its place, for those permitted a proper wash. The schedule exacting, the water hot, the privacy guarded by Winters's brisk choreography. Mary, whose turn would be tomorrow, took satisfaction in the work around the bath, even when it was not her hour to enjoy it. The scent of soap rose like a hymn you can sing, even when you do not know all the words. She took a minute for the rosemary in the yard, lifting the cracked bell jar to let its leaves taste the day. The plant was a stubborn soldier, thin, slight, but all resolve. She pressed a thumb gently along a sprig and lifted her finger to her nose. Pine and pepper, a promise that green still existed in a city fond of gray. She reset the glass and tucked the hem of the draught cloth back under the kitchen door. Lily's stitches laid the night before held fast. "Good seam," she murmured, and felt the compliment go up the stair and find its owner even at a distance. As afternoon softened toward evening, Mary laid out the little things that make the night begin kindly. The matches checked, the lamp's chimneys wiped of their faint smoke bloom, the parlor cushions plumped, so that when gentleman and fatigue both sat down, the room would yield and not complain. She set one sugared almond on the mantel for Emily, who claimed they brought her better words when talk threatened to fail. She slipped 2 pennies into the jar Sarah had labeled in a tidy hand fuel. The clink sounded like agreement between present and future. Routine, if you let it, becomes a prayer. Not the sort that requires a book or an altar, but the kind made of movements that teach the body its own patience. Mary felt that patience now, laid into her like warm bread. The shock of last night did not vanish, exactly, but it became part of the house's music, a minor key acknowledged and then carried forward by the returning theme. By 5, the girls would be dressing. By 6, dinner would be taken. By 7, the first appointment might tap the door with its careful knuckles. But at 4, there was still light enough to read 2 pages and mend 1 hem and stand for a moment in the hall to hear the house answer itself. Cup set down, kettle sighing, cloth smoothed, breath taken. The echo did not need anything from her but presence. She returned to the small bedroom to set out her evening dress, the deep blue that had learned her shape and forgave her for being tired. She laid it across the coverlet and touched the silks cool. Outside, a wagon rolled slowly through a puddle and left behind a kind of silver in the ruts. Inside, Lily began a tune without words, humming the ghost of it as if to see whether it wanted to be sung. Josephine laughed, truly laughed, at something Betsy had said below, and the sound ran up the stair like a child and chose every room for a moment. Mary sat on the edge of the bed and let her shoulders fall where they wanted to be. The echo of routine reached her there and put its hand on her back the way a mother will, believing absolutely in the power of touch to tell the nervous system a different story. Mary listened to it. She did not hurry to stand. She did not plan the evening, not yet. She sat and breathed and watched the light find the seam of the curtain and make a neat line there, as if approving of good work. When she rose, she did it with the ease of someone stepping back into a path she knows by heart. The night would have its demands. The house would ask for masks and manners, and the particular grace of being exactly as kind as the hour allowed. But for this slice of afternoon, routine had echoed through her and left steadiness where worry had been. She felt it in her hands, in her jaw, behind her eyes. It was not triumph. It was enough. Evening lamps cast both warmth and weary masks. By the time the hallway clock had nudged past 6, the house was already beginning to change its skin. Afternoon had worn it gently, a garment of chores and quiet talk. But evening required another costume altogether. It was the lamps that signaled the transformation, each one trimmed and coaxed into brightness. their glow softened through glass that had been wiped clear earlier in the day. The rooms no longer seemed like themselves. Under the lamps, they became stages. Mary stood before her mirror, fastening the final hook of the blue silk gown. The fabric clung more heavily at this hour, warmed by the heat of her body. But she knew how it would move when she walked. The whisper of skirts across wood, the sway measured to catch the eye without appearing deliberate. She drew the brush through her hair once more, not because it needed it, but because the act steadied her. Around her, the lamp burned steady, throwing a patient halo across the dressing table. Downstairs, she heard Lily's laughter echo briefly, light and bright as silver bells. It was the sound of someone trying on her mask for the night, practicing charm as one might practice scales. Josephine's cough followed, quieter than before but still present, a reminder of the fragile thread she carried. Sarah's voice, measured and calm, instructed Betsy on the proper way to lay out glasses on the side table. Each voice layered itself into the fabric of the house until the lamps themselves seemed to hum with anticipation. The parlor had been remade, cushions plumped, fire stirred into a modest blaze, decanter set with its quiet dignity. The heavy curtains were drawn, sealing out the city's gray damp and making the room appear like a private world. The lamps stood guard at each corner, their light flatteringly arranged to soften lines, brighten eyes, gild the edges of hair. It was no accident. Mrs. Cartwright had long ago learned that lamps could do half the work of rouge. Mary entered the parlor quietly. Emily was already there, her pale green gown reflecting the lamplight in cool tones. She sat with her posture precise, hands folded lightly, as though she were awaiting an invitation to dance. She looked up and offered Mary a nod of greeting, her eyes shadowed in a way that revealed the weight beneath her practiced poise. Mary answered with a small smile, not too much, just enough to say, "I see you, even behind your mask." They waited together, the lamps drawing their faces into softness, concealing the fatigue of long days. It was always in this pause, Mary thought, that the masks settled most firmly. The lamp's glow wrapped around them, promising gentleness even as the night prepared to test them. Mrs. Cartwright arrived, her purple silk rustling like a declaration. She surveyed the room, her eyes sharp as ever, and nodded once in approval. "Better," she said, adjusting the angle of a lamp so its glow caught Emily's cheek more kindly. Then she turned to Mary, reaching out to smooth an invisible crease in the blue silk. "Hold yourself tall, my dear. Tonight requires height as much as grace." Mary inclined her head, the gesture obedient yet inwardly amused. Height could be conjured by posture. Grace could be summoned by practice. What neither posture nor practice could provide was ease. That, she knew, had to be carried from within, borrowed from memories of kindnesses shared in quieter hours. The first knock came shortly after 7. It was light, almost apologetic, as though the visitor knew the evening's curtain had only just risen. Winters answered, her keys jingling faintly as she opened the door. A gentleman entered, his coat glistening with rain, his expression carefully arranged. The transaction began behind Cartwright's office door, away from the parlor. The women remained in place, lit by lamps, their hands resting lightly on silk as though on harpstrings waiting to be plucked. Mary let her gaze wander around the room while the silence stretched. She noted how the lamp nearest the mantel threw shadows that resembled branches against the wall, a faint suggestion of an outdoor world hidden by heavy curtains. She thought fleetingly of the rosemary in the yard, of the sprig she had touched earlier. That memory steadied her. The lamps could disguise her, but they could not erase the small truths she kept for herself. Lily entered then, radiant in her emerald gown, cheeks glowing with both youth and powder. She crossed the parlor with a practiced sway and dropped into a seat near Emily. Her laughter returned, softer now, a tool rather than an impulse. Josephine followed, wrapped in her shawl, instructed not to entertain tonight, but to sit as presence. The lamps gentled her pallor, making her look less frail, more like a figure in a painting than a girl with a cough. They conversed quietly, their words small talk about ribbons, weather, music. But beneath the light conversation lay the awareness that each lamp marked them as figures on display, ready for selection. Mary sipped at her tea, letting its faint bitterness remind her that she was still herself beneath the mask. When Mrs. Cartwright returned, announcing Emily's name for the first gentleman, the evening officially began. Emily rose with elegance, her gown shimmering faintly in the lamplight as she departed. The door closed, leaving the others behind in their measured stillness. Mary felt the weight of the lamps then, their glow relentless, insisting on beauty, demanding presence. Another knock followed soon, another name called, another departure. Each time the lamps bore witness, shining as if nothing shifted, though the parlor slowly emptied. Mary remained, waiting her turn, her blue silk whispering faintly whenever she adjusted her posture. She imagined the lamps whispering with her, murmuring encouragement, or perhaps amusement. At last, her name was spoken. She rose, smoothing her gown, and allowed the lamplight to crown her as she crossed the room. She could feel its warmth on her cheek, its insistence that she shine whether she wished to or not. And so she did, for the night required it. Later, when she returned to the parlor, she noticed how the lamps had burned lower, their wicks shortened, their glow more intimate. The masks they had demanded earlier seemed easier to bear now, softened by the hour. The women reassembled slowly, one by one, each carrying the echo of her own encounter, each finding in the lamp's gentler light the permission to breathe again. Mary sat once more, hands folded in her lap. She looked into the glow and thought how strange it was that simple oil and flame could so completely shape a life. Under the lamps, they became versions of themselves the world required. But beyond the lamps, in the brief silences, in the shadows, they remained something truer. Hours lengthen. Patience becomes a quiet craft. Nights have a way of stretching when the city is damp, and the lamps outside bloom halos on every puddle. By the time the church, a few streets over, tolled 8, the house had taken on the tempo of a ship at sea, steady, purposeful, no motion wasted. Mrs. Cartwright steered from her office. Winters kept the decks dry. Cook tended the heat below. And above, in their appointed cabins, the women received the evening as it came, one visitor at a time, as methodically as waves. Mary found herself between tides, the small, particular interludes that stitched the hours together. She stood in the parlor, adjusting a cushion that did not truly need her care, and listened. The front door sighed. Boots were set down with a murmur, coats unshouldered. Money had its brief private word with management. Then the hush returned, flavored by brandy and rain. Lily's laughter rose from the stair and fell again like a bell gently touched. Sarah's voice answered someone with that even courtesy that makes a room behave. The house ran on the ballast of such tones. Mr. Hamilton arrived soon after, punctual as a timetable. He came carrying the weather on his shoulders, and a manner like a clean ledger. Nothing ostentatious, everything in order. The parlor fire caught his cuff and made a small gold upon the cloth. "Good evening," he said to Mary, as if they had agreed on the phrase earlier and were pleased to find it waiting. When they went upstairs, their steps matched. It matters, Mary had learned, when steps agree. He spoke less of lectures tonight and more of his boyhood, chalk cliffs seen once from a distance, a teacher fond of Latin who hated cruelty, a first salary counted on a bedspread that smelled faintly of starch and soap. Such details, ordinary as bread, warmed the hour. When he left, he did so with that same deliberate grace. Gloves one, then two, hat lifted, not swung, a bow that made the corridor feel like a polite street. Mary set her palm briefly to the panel after the door had shut, the way one pats the shoulder of a friend who has said something true, then went to the washstand and reset the room. A sheet uncreased, a glass rinsed. The small jar of lavender turned so its label faced the lamp. A courtesy to herself, though no one would notice. Downstairs, the world pressed on. A group of 3 arrived from a dinner, a banker, a solicitor, a man whose occupation floated just beyond name, as some men prefer. Their voices kept company with one another almost too loudly, as if they feared silence might ask them to think. Mrs. Cartwright's office drew them in and measured them out again, one to Emily, one to Sarah, one to the blue room where formality could soften rough edges. Lily, with her green dress and quick good nature, took the one with the jokes and turned them into something gentler than they had been in the hall. This, too, was a craft, to set a tone with a nod, to quiet a boast with a kinder story folded on top. Mary had a half-hour clear while the house breathed through that visitor knot. She carried a tray to the kitchen, not because it was her duty, but because the small service steadied her hands. Cook looked up from a tin of currants. "You're a lamp, you are," she said, which was Cook's high praise. "You don't fuss about it. You just burn where placed." The currants ticked as they entered the bowl, like a handful of little clocks resigned to sweetness. Betsy, flushed with errands, slid in at the side door, hair damp with mist. "The Coleman swears to morning," she reported, and Winters, who had arrived to count the plates, grunted in a tone that meant, "It will be so." Mary poured herself a half-cup of tea and stood with it at the stove's shoulder, letting the steam make a brief airy about her face. There are sips that are almost sleep. This was one. Another bell, from the hall, not church, summoned her back to evening. The parlor had refilled itself with the polite rustle of coats and agreeable conversation. A gentleman new to the house stood near the mantel, turning his hat brim with a careful thumb. He was not young and not old, and walked like a person who had spent too long standing still for propriety's sake. Mary knew, as women in such rooms do, how to approach a man like that. Not directly, not coyly, but as one might meet a neighbor at a garden fence. "The weather chooses," she said softly, glancing toward the drawn curtains, "and we arrange ourselves accordingly." He smiled, relief plain as daylight, and they spoke of small matters that admit larger ones. How London eats seasons for breakfast, how boots will squeak no matter a man's dignity, how a lamp can make a face look kinder than the day felt. When they went upstairs, he kept his eyes politely at the stairs turnings, and Mary found in his courtesy a rest she had not expected. The hour played out in its ordinary way, which is to say, it did not ask for pity or performance beyond what the evening always asks. It ended with a murmured thanks, a coin placed on the table as if it were a word he had forgotten how to say, and Mary's quiet return to habit. Towel folded, water changed, air set right. Habit makes long nights into a sequence of manageable rooms. Between callers, she gave herself small economies of rest. A minute by the window to count the carriages, 1 by, none by, 3 by. a breath at the head of the stair to feel the finger-worn smoothness of the rail. A single page of the novel left open on her dressing table, a sentence visited and revisited until it felt like a friend one passes daily on the corner. Never a long talk, always a nod that cheers. Around 10, the group from the dinner reassembled in the hall. Softer than they had been, laughter turned down to a private warmth. Mrs. Cartwright's voice, low, velveteen, decisive, moved them toward the door like a shepherding wind. After the latch fell, she came to the parlor and surveyed the room the way a captain checks her deck. The slight smile she gave Mary would have passed unnoticed by anyone else, but Mary felt it like a hand to the back, light and approving. "Steady night," Cartwright said, and that was its own benediction. Steady can be long, though, long as a country road without hedges, long as a hymn that adds verses just when you think it is done. Past 10, past 11, the house settled into its deep work, fewer knocks, longer visits, the kind of quiet that lets clocks be heard in several rooms at once. The fire in the parlor reduced itself to thoughtful coals. The lamps took their tasks seriously and gave no sign of tiring. Mary, between engagements, sat and mended the hem of her own petticoat, the needle glinting like a small, stubborn star. Josephine drifted into the parlor, wrapped in shawl and doctor's permission just to sit. She lowered herself into the corner chair that seemed designed for recovery and held her cup with two hands, as if teaching warmth how to remain. "Better," she told Mary before Mary could ask, and the word made a soft landing between them. "Then the tea is promoted to medicine," Mary said, handing over a second spoonful of sugar. "Doctor's orders not to contradict." They sat a little while in companionable idle. No need to make conversation out of fragile air. The house's noises spoke enough. Footsteps above, measured, not hurried. A door's latch, courteous, not abrupt. The scratch of Winters's pencil at the office desk. Totals, tallies, tomorrow's arithmetic tested against tonight's truth. Near midnight, a carriage arrived with the deliberate clatter of well-kept wheels. The man who entered wore the city well, its reserve, its insistence on polish, its habit of not revealing the whole of itself at once. He asked for conversation more than anything else and measured his words as if they were good paper. Mary, who understood that desire intimately, offered talk the way one pours a careful tea. Not too hot, not too fast, enough to warm without scalding. They discussed a pamphlet he had read, arguments arranged like chessmen, then drifted, as thoughtful people do at late hours, to memory. He spoke of a bench at Kensington, where he had once decided against unkindness and been grateful ever since. She spoke briefly of a cottage lane where rosemary grew even when frost tried to teach it otherwise. It is a kind of mercy when a night lets two memories sit across from one another and nod. He left with a look that suggested he would return, not because of want alone, but because of the relief of being unhurried in a world that often is. Mary, alone again, let the room come back to itself. The flowers by the washstand had tired, petals loosened, stems asking their water for courage. She trimmed an end, reset them, and they revived just noticeably, the way a person does when a friend adjusts the blanket at their feet. Sometime after 1, the house reached the far side of its long arc. Not the end, never quite that, but the turning point where the future begins to outnumber the callers remaining. Emily returned from upstairs with her hair slightly freed from its pins, and her expression clear as a window after rain. She took the place on the sofa that receives confidences and let out a breath that made the cushion agree with her. "They were kind tonight," she said, almost surprised, and Mary answered, "Then the city has remembered itself." Wind rose and tested the corners. The curtains held. The gaslight in the street did its steady work of making puddles seem like little moons. Time, obliging, made itself known in small ways. The cooling of cups, the thinning of ash, the lamplight's patient schooling of shadow. Winters came with a tray, toast, nothing elaborate, and set it without announcement. Emily and Mary each took a small square and ate it the way travelers share the last of their bread, grateful to be near harbor. The last caller came near too, a man who looked like a librarian without a library. He turned his hat in his hands and apologized to it for the hour. Winters, who knew how to comfort without letting chaos in, ushered him with the same calm one uses on a skittish horse. He requested the blue room, neutral ground, and asked only for quiet conversation, and near the end of it, the favor of a hand held for a minute longer than custom. Mary obliged with the courtesy due any person who has kept himself from fraying all day and needs someone to anchor the final thread. When he left, his hat seemed less burdened by his grasp. And then, as long nights do, it let go. Not in a rush, not in a grand curtain fall, but by degrees. A lock turned here, a lamp pinched there, footsteps softened into boards that remembered them well. Mrs. Cartwright closed her ledger and became simply a woman in a purple dress, tidy and tired. Sarah yawned behind the back of her hand, as etiquette prescribes. Lily slipped into the kitchen for a last sip of water and returned with a grin that belonged to no one in particular. It was for the house. Josephine's shawl had warmed to her shape. Mary stood in the parlor and took stock. The room looked back at her as if to say, "We have done what we could." She set a cushion straight, not because it must, but because endings deserve a small sign. She turned the wick of the nearest lamp until it thinned to a modest glow, and then to an obedient dot, and then to nothing. The air changed when the lamp surrendered. It was always so, as if the room drew a secret, deeper breath. At the stair, she paused and listened one more time. There was the kettle's iron settling itself, the ash deciding its new shape, the faintest chime from Winters's keys finding their hook. Somewhere outside, a solitary walker took careful steps along wet stone. The long guest night had spent itself and left, as a properly conducted evening should. No sharp edges. Mary climbed, hand along the rail, the smoothness there polished by 100 such ascents. Her door received her palm as warmly as a friend's. She slipped out of the blue silk and into cotton and set her dress upon its chair the way one puts a trained creature to rest. At the basin, the water startled her skin into wakefulness just long enough to let sleep feel like a gift when it came. Lily breathed evenly from her bed, turned toward the wall. Mary's own mattress welcomed her with that honest acceptance only a long-used bed has. She lay on her side and let her body measure itself against the day. Feet, calves, knees, all present and accounted for. Hands a little sore, jaw untroubled, chest steady. She thought of rosemary under its bell, of Cook's currants counting their way into cake, of Mr. Hamilton's careful bow, of the librarian's hat turned peaceably in his hands. She thought briefly of the map Emily had drawn in speech. Benches, corners, a harbor marked with pencil. The house contained all of it now. The evening's conversations folded into the wood and linen as neatly as sheets. Sleep came the way fog rises from a field, up from the edges, soft, without argument. The long guest night had asked for patience, and patience had answered like a faithful servant, not loud, not quick, but thorough. The last thing Mary heard was the clock's contented tick, no longer a command, only a companion. After guests depart, the house weighs silence like gold. The long guest night had finally folded itself into memory. By 3 a.m, even the street outside had grown hushed, the last carriage wheels echoing faintly before fading into the damp horizon. Inside, the house leaned upon its beams as though relieved of a heavy coat, and every stair, every curtain, every cushion seemed to breathe again. It was in these rare hours, after the leaving but before the dawn, that reckonings, quiet and unannounced, began their subtle work. Mary sat at the dressing table, hairpins scattered like fallen stars across the wood. She drew the brush slowly through her hair, each stroke a careful erasure of the night's performance. The mirror reflected a softened version of herself, eyes heavy, lips bare of color, shoulders sloping in honest fatigue. It was not sorrow she saw, but a truth rarely acknowledged. The face beneath the lamps, the woman unmeasured by charm or coin. That face looked back at her with patience, neither demanding nor excusing, and she let the brush rest at last, satisfied. Down the hall, she heard Lily return from her final duty. A door closed, hinges tired but not complaining. Sarah's low voice reached through a thin wall, bidding Betsy to remember the linens in the morning. Josephine coughed once, a lighter sound now, followed by the faint clink of teacup against saucer. These were the tokens of lives lived side by side, the tiny reckonings each woman made before sleep, tidying the body, soothing the throat, remembering the next task. Mary extinguished her lamp and slipped into bed. The sheets were cool against her skin, a reminder that not everything had been warmed by the fire's labor. She pulled the blanket close and let the day replay in fragments. Mr. Hamilton's measured courtesy, the solicitor's laughter turning into weariness, the librarian's fragile request for a hand held longer than custom. Each fragment floated across her mind, not as judgment, but as tally, the kind a seamstress keeps when counting stitches. Did they hold? Were they even? Was the work sound? Her eyes closed, and for a time sleep claimed her. But reckoning is not always content to wait for daylight. Dreams arrived, not harsh, not wild, but peculiar in their order. She dreamt of lamps that whispered in human voices, of rosemary sprigs lined up like soldiers, of a needle passing endlessly through cloth that never tore yet never finished. In the dream, she felt neither fear nor peace, only the insistence that life was a garment constantly in need of stitching. When she woke just before dawn, that sense lingered, like the aftertaste of strong tea. She rose quietly so as not to disturb Lily, who had finally surrendered to deeper rest. The window showed a sky undecided between night and day, streaked with gray that promised drizzle. Mary lit her lamp low, barely more than a glow, and sat again with her brush. This was not vanity, but ritual, the mind's way of catching itself before the day could demand too much. She thought of her mother, long gone, whose own hair had once been brushed by firelight in a cottage kitchen. That image brought both comfort and longing, a tether to a life less adorned, but no less measured. By the time the household stirred, Mary had set herself in order. She joined the others in the kitchen, where the range still radiated the memory of last night's labor. Cook had left bread and cheese for early risers, and Winters had already begun her meticulous counting of keys and locks. Storm in the night, Winters observed, her tone not quite inquiry. Yes, Mary answered softly, buttering a slice of bread, but the house held. It was the kind of exchange that meant more than it seemed. Storms came in many forms, weather, men, circumstance, and the house was tested nightly. That it held was not simply a matter of mortar and timber, but of the women themselves, holding one another in unspoken ways. Breakfast passed in subdued quiet. Josephine's cheeks showed a little more color, though her cough reminded them all of the narrow border she walked. Sarah reviewed the ledger, noting profits and expenses with a neat hand. Lily hummed absent-mindedly as she spread jam, her voice weaving through the kitchen like a fragile thread of hope. Mary listened more than she spoke, content to let the rhythm of domesticity carry her forward. Later, as the others busied themselves with small tasks, Mary lingered in the parlor. She stood before the extinguished lamps, their glass chimneys faintly clouded from the night's burn. She wiped one with her sleeve, not because it was her duty, but because it felt like closing a circle. These lamps had demanded her mask, her performance, her steadiness. In return, she now offered them care. The cloth squeaked faintly against glass, and for a moment she saw her own reflection distorted, tall, thin, almost spectral. She smiled faintly, acknowledging the strange companion she had become to herself. Reckonings are rarely loud. They arrive in pauses, in gestures so small they could be mistaken for idleness. Mary's reckoning that morning was simply this. She had endured, not with triumph, not with despair, but with the quiet strength of one who continues. She carried that knowledge with her as she moved through the house, each step deliberate, each breath a soft claim upon the new day. In the stillness, she thought of all the women before her, seamstresses bent over candlelight, farm girls carrying water at dawn, mothers brushing their daughters' hair by the hearth. Each had made reckonings of their own, weighing labor against hunger, safety against freedom, silence against survival. She was part of that unbroken chain, another link forged in necessity. The thought steadied her more than any lamp could. By mid-morning, drizzle had begun in earnest, tapping gently against the window panes. Mary stood by the glass and watched droplets race one another downward. She let the sound settle into her bones, a rhythm older than speech, reminding her that the world moved on regardless of human burdens. She whispered to herself, barely audible. The house held. I held. And with that, she turned back to her duties, ready to shape another day. Flames reveal what daylight politely hides. Evening returned as it always did, with a kind of inevitability that neither welcomed nor threatened. It simply arrived, ushered in by the dimming of the street outside, by the voices of vendors folding up their stalls, by the faint smell of coal smoke spreading over London's rooftops. Inside the house, firelight took command, filling corners where lamps hesitated. Mary sat in the parlor as cook coaxed the hearth into steady burn. Flames rose in reluctant curls at first, then steadied into bright, licking tongues that warmed the air and painted the walls in amber. She leaned forward slightly, hands clasped in her lap, watching how the firelight touched each object in turn. The velvet cushions, the polished wood, the row of china cups on the tray. It was as though the fire sought to remind every object of its place, granting dignity to the humble and mystery to the plain. Lily entered, her emerald gown shimmering oddly under the shifting light. She held a comb in her hand and idly worked at a tangle of hair. "It makes us look braver," she said softly, catching Mary's gaze. "As though the fire could hide all the tiredness." "Or make it beautiful," Mary replied. She watched as Lily sat down, turning her face slightly so the fire caught her cheekbones. The glow softened her youth and lent her an almost statuesque grace. No wonder people dream by firesides. The flames tell stories for them. Emily joined them soon after, pale green silk rustling, carrying a book she would never read aloud, but kept as a companion nonetheless. She settled into the high-backed chair nearest the fire and let the flames play across her pages, unread words glowing briefly before fading back to shadow. "The fire tells too much truth sometimes," she said quietly. "It shows where the fabric has worn thin, where a seam has been mended, where a hand trembles even when one hopes it doesn't." Sarah, ever practical, set herself by the table with the ledger. But even she paused now and then to glance at the shifting firelight. The numbers on her page seemed more forgiving under the glow, less rigid, almost as though they too could be persuaded to bend. "Perhaps," she said with a faint smile, "but truth isn't always cruel. Sometimes it only asks that we look, not that we judge." The women sat together in the circle of light, each carrying her own reflection, each letting the flames soften what daylight had made harsh. Josephine appeared briefly, shawl pulled close, her cheeks flushed with the warmth. She stood by the mantel, letting the heat seep into her bones, eyes half closed as though borrowing strength directly from the fire. Mrs. Cartwright entered at last, her purple silk glimmering like deep wine under the flames. She surveyed the room and, perhaps for the first time that day, allowed herself to lower into the armchair with a sigh that betrayed fatigue. "Firelight," she said, "reminds us of older times, when people told stories instead of keeping ledgers." Her eyes softened as she spoke, though her tone never quite surrendered its authority. No guests had yet arrived. It was that hour of anticipation when the house hovered between domestic peace and professional duty. The fire offered them a kind of fragile sanctuary. In its glow, masks could slip, if only for minutes. Mary thought of her own reflection in the glass earlier that morning, unpainted, unguarded. Now, in the flames, she saw another self, a woman marked not by fatigue, but by endurance, her features sculpted by light and shadow into something almost timeless. She wondered how many women before her had looked into flames and seen both truth and disguise, comfort and revelation. The fire cracked, sending up a shower of sparks that briefly startled them all. The women laughed softly, relief mingling with amusement. The moment passed, but it left behind a strange unity, as though the flames had reminded them of their shared humanity beneath the work. Soon enough, the knock at the door came. Winters appeared, her face framed by the steady glow, and announced a visitor. The evening resumed its rhythm, but for Mary, the memory of those reflections in firelight lingered even as she rose, smoothing her gown, preparing her smile. The fire had whispered to her, in its ancient language, that survival was not only about endurance, it was also about remembering the self hidden in shadow and flame. Quiet gestures weave ties stronger than words. There are moments in a house like this when talk seems unnecessary, when the rhythm of bodies moving through rooms and the quiet offering of a cup or a shawl speaks more eloquently than any sentence could. Tonight was one of those nights. The fire had lowered to a steady pulse. The lamps glowed without fuss. And though gentlemen came and went, what lingered most in Mary's mind were the bonds that revealed themselves silently, like threads glinting only when the light touched them. It began with Josephine. She descended the stair with care, her shawl slipping from her shoulder. Without a word, Emily rose, crossed the parlor, and lifted the wool back into place. She smoothed it not once, but twice, an extra touch meant to reassure. Josephine smiled faintly, said nothing, and sat by the mantel. That single act, shawl restored, warmth secured, was as binding as any vow. Later, as Mary prepared to leave the parlor with a guest, she felt Lily's hand brush hers lightly, almost imperceptibly. The contact lasted no more than a heartbeat, but it steadied her, reminded her she was not alone in the role she must play upstairs. When she returned, weary but composed, Lily caught her eye and gave the smallest of nods. Again, nothing spoken. Everything understood. Sarah's bond with them was of a different kind, quieter still. She kept the ledger by habit, pencil scratching faintly into the late hours. Yet every so often she would look up, meet Mary's gaze, and with that brief glance communicate reassurance. The numbers balanced, the house held. Those glances gave as much comfort as a kind word might, perhaps more. During a lull, Mary herself had a chance to extend one of these wordless kindnesses. She noticed Betsy struggling with a heavy tray, jaw tight with effort. Without ceremony, Mary rose and took one end of it, lightening the burden. Betsy's eyes flicked upward in gratitude, wide and unguarded, before she looked away again. Mary said nothing. She needed to say nothing. The bond had been made. It struck her then, as she sat once more by the fire, that these bonds were what made the life bearable. Men might come and go, bringing with them laughter, demands, or weariness, but it was the women's unspoken care for one another that held the structure together. The house was not only wood, plaster, and ledgers. It was this web of quiet, unseen ties, spun in shadows and sealed in silence. Mrs. Cartwright herself, though stern, participated in this unspoken covenant. When she passed through the parlor, she often adjusted a curtain or straightened a cushion. Yet once in a while, rarely, but unmistakably, she would rest her hand briefly on one girl's shoulder or pause to ask if Josephine needed more tea. The gestures were so small they might be missed by outsiders, but to the women, they meant acknowledgement, recognition, something very near to respect. Later in the evening, as another guest took his leave, Mary caught sight of her reflection in the parlor's darkened window. Behind her, the other women moved quietly, each one engaged in her own task. Yet together, their motions formed a choreography, cups lifted, skirts smoothed, embers stirred, that looked almost rehearsed. She realized it was not rehearsal, but habit, a habit shaped by care for one another. They moved not only for themselves, but for the group, ensuring the house remained whole. When another knock sounded at the door, the bonds tightened again. Winters called Emily's name, and the others straightened cushions, smoothed skirts, and poured fresh tea without being asked. No one told them to prepare. No one explained why. It was simply what they did. For Emily, for the house, for the invisible threads that held them all. The night wore on. Gentlemen departed, lamps dimmed, voices softened. But the unspoken bonds only grew stronger as fatigue set in. Mary watched Lily suppress a yawn, and without thinking, she reached for the teapot, pouring her a fresh cup before Lily even asked. Later, when Mary herself let her shoulders sag a little too far, Sarah shifted a cushion toward her with a slight push of the hand. Neither gesture was remarked upon. Both were understood. By the time the last visitor had gone and the fire was reduced to glowing embers, Mary felt those bonds as strongly as any chain. But unlike chains, they did not confine. They steadied. They kept her from drifting too far into weariness or despair. As she climbed the stairs to her room, Lily trailing just behind, she knew that if she stumbled, a hand would appear instantly to steady her. No one would speak of it in the morning. No one would need to. These were the bonds that endured, long after conversations faded and coin changed hands. Bonds built not by words but by countless small gestures, an adjusted shawl, a shared glance, a hand brushing against another in passing. They were invisible to the world, but to Mary, they were everything. Not all tempests shout. Some alter a house by breathing. The storm announced itself like a thought one tries not to think. First a pressure, then a hush, then the certainty that the night had chosen its mood. By late afternoon, the sky over London had lost its edges. It pressed low and even, a single slate laid over rooftops and chimneys, closing the world to a small, soundless room. The air inside the house felt expectant, as if the wallpaper listened. Mary noticed the signs in the ordinary ways. The rosemary under its bell wore a faint film of breath where none had been an hour earlier. The stair rail felt cooler, metal buried in wood. Even cook's fire, usually quick to take instruction, considered the coal longer before agreeing to glow. Storms make negotiators of us all, she thought, and they make listeners of houses. By 6, rain had begun. No drama, just the steady patience of water returning to its business. Droplets ticked the window as evenly as a well-kept clock. The lamps were trimmed earlier than usual. Cartwright walked room to room, not hurrying, never that. Testing a curtain cord, settling a frame by a finger's width, attending to the quiet preparations that make a place supple when the weather decides to teach it something. Winters had laid a folded towel near the front door for visitors' coats. She did it as a formality, and also as an omen that dignity would be preserved. The first gentleman arrived with a hat that carried the storm like a secret. He kept his voice low, pulled warmth from the brandy Winters pressed into his hand, and asked only for conversation. Another came and wanted a chair by the grate. He held his palms toward the coals and watched a lift of flame the way one watches a dog settle into its corner. The night did not stop. It simply softened its tone so that the business of the house could continue without argument. Outside, rain drew patient lines on glass. Mary moved within this softened world with a care that felt almost ceremonial. She spoke in the register the walls suggested. She walked in steps that agreed with the grained floor. She let her dress whisper, and nothing more. When she paused on the landing, the thunder gave a distant rumor of itself. Far off, polite, as if unwilling to disturb a room that had worked hard to be orderly. In the parlor, the women found themselves closer to one another than the chairs required. Storms fold space. Lily smoothed her emerald skirt and watched the window, where streetlight turned raindrops into falling embers. Emily kept her book in her lap, thumb marking a page she would not read, the gesture an anchor more than a promise. Sarah closed the ledger for once and simply listened, pencil tucked behind her ear like a ship's flag furled for weather. Josephine's breath moved easily. The doctor's tincture and a day's rest had lived up to their small boast. Even Cartwright, who wore certainty like a garment, sat for a moment longer than she meant to and let the storm take attendance of them all. There are tempests that fracture a night, and those that settle it into a deeper single piece. This one did the latter. Visitors came sparsely and stayed modestly. None asked for extravagance. All seemed content to borrow warmth and leave their coins and see the world as a narrower, kinder thing for an hour. Mary felt her own body answer with a looseness she rarely permitted on duty, a measured ease in the shoulders, a breath that traveled the whole of her ribs before returning the way it came. Near 9, the rain grew nearer, as if the sky had chosen their street for a conversation. The drops gained weight. The eaves stitched their song. The front steps learned a new shine. Winters went to the door and stood for a moment with her hand near the latch, not guarding against intrusion so much as greeting what cannot be kept out, and asking it to be civilized. When she returned, she brought clean air with her, a smell like tin and stone and leaf, London's honest perfume. The silent storm had one louder thought about it, a carriage taking the corner in a hurry, wheels cutting water, a horse lifting its head to say the driver had misjudged. For a second, the room held itself still. Then the sound unrolled down the block and away, leaving behind the minor tremor that follows even small astonishments. Lily looked at Mary. Mary tipped her chin in reply. The house resumed its measured speech. Mr. Hamilton arrived with the rein in his shoulders and a book in his pocket he never opened. "I find," he said when they had lit the fire in her upstairs room to a good conversation, "that weather reduces one to essentials." He meant it as philosophy. She answered in practice. She placed a dry towel across the chair back, moved the basin an inch nearer the hearth, urged his gloves to the fender, where a modest heat could coax the damp from their seams. They spoke quietly, not of pamphlets now, but of the way a city decides to be a village when rain insists. Umbrellas shared under short awnings, strangers stepping aside with a nod, the shopkeeper lending a length of twine to secure someone's parcel. He left with the carriage's window open 2 fingers' breadth, for the air. And Mary thought, not unkindly, that some men are more themselves in bad weather. Between callers, the storm taught the house how to breathe together. Emily stirred the fire with the restraint of someone adjusting a violin string. Sarah lifted the pot lid and named the stew done in a whisper as if food overhears. Betsy patted in on soft soles, her hair a halo of damp, and set fresh towels near the kitchen door. Cook, in the domain where weather is always being bargained with, added a pinch of salt to a loaf and said, "For luck," because old skills include old salutations to the elements. At 10, Thunder made one full sentence. No anger, only grammar. The room accepted it. Josephine, whose hands had not stopped their small, careful knitting all evening, paused to taste the air the way a bird does in a sudden draft, then resumed. "Do you remember," she asked Mary, "the country storms that came like a page turned too fast?" Mary nodded. They spoke, softly, of that other water, of roofs that leaked in polite places and barns that held against anything, of roads that surrendered quickly and lanes that remembered how to drain. They did not dramatize it. The past need not always be an opera. Sometimes it is only a field and a pair of shoes and a sense that one has walked through this before. A quieter visitor came near 11, a clerk with careful hands, and a voice that could make an inventory sound like a lullaby. He wanted the blue room and asked to sit where the rain could be heard best. Mary obliged. They measured their words to the sound on the sill. He spoke of columns of numbers learning their manners in his ledger, of a colleague's new baby, of the pleasure of ink that dries to a clean line. She spoke of rosemary that refused to be discouraged, and of a house that, when the weather leaned on it, leaned back with the weight of 7 women standing shoulder to shoulder, though no one watching would guess. When he left, he bowed not toward her, but toward the notion of haven. The distinction pleased her. In the lull that followed, the storm entered its truest self, steady, convincing, uninterested in argument. The hour gave the fire its second wind. The lamps reduced their bravado to a thoughtful glow. Cartwright, who had watched the door with the easy vigilance of command, allowed Winters the key ring and stepped to the mantel. She did not speak, a kindness, for no speech was needed, but she lifted the little brass clock to wipe a ring of moisture that had gathered beneath its foot. When she set it down, the clock resumed ticking as if grateful for being seen. There is a type of calm that forms after enough care has been taken. The house arrived there just before midnight. Footfalls above were courteous, not shy. Doors closed like sentences with good punctuation. In the kitchen, the kettle accepted its assignment and thumbed a sound that approved of everything set upon the evening. Mary poured tea for Lily without asking. Lily poured for Emily and for Josephine, in a circle that required no choreography because the choreography had been learned by living. The storm had, by then, entered the marrow of the neighborhood. Gutters performed their narrow theater. Cobbles wore temporary jewels. Cats considered decisions with greater gravity than usual. A man's cough came from the street and receded, like the memory of a bad idea. A cab's lamp blurred itself into a streak, then corrected, deciding to be a moon again. Near one, a woman's footsteps sounded outside, distinct, your ear knows the difference, and paused by the stoop. Winters, invisible until she is needed, stood at the door and listened. The step moved on. The house loosened a notch. There are dangers that come with noise. There are others that present as silence. It is a craft to tell them apart. Winters possessed that craft. The rest borrowed the relief she earned them. Mary found herself for a time at the parlor window, the curtain drawn back one hand's width, her breath making the faintest bloom on the glass. She traced, without thinking, the arc of a leaf on the houseplant's shadow. Beyond, rain turned the street into a careful mirror. Gaslight, doorway, a pair of stacked crates, all being instructed to dissolve and reappear. She thought of how many nights had been worn gentle by such weather, and how many mornings followed them, cleaner than they had earned. Storms do the work we cannot finish. Not everything in a storm is exterior. There was a weather in Mary that evening, a front that had traveled for years and decided, under the influence of rain, to advance one town further. It took the shape of a thought she had stamped and stamped again, that all this might not be permanent, not in the way a person imagines when tired to the bone and willing to exchange tomorrow for one uncomplicated hour. Under the patient percussion of rain, she permitted the counter-thought that nothing is permanent, neither labor nor the doubt that comes with it, and that what endures are not roles, not rooms, not ledgers, but the unspoken bonds they had woven the night before and warmed again tonight. The storm did not argue with her. It breathed, and she breathed, and a kind of treaty was reached. Past one, the last two callers came and went with the respect storms command. One left a coin and a thanks. The other left a story about a sister in Devon who collects postcards of ships. Mary tucked both away. The coin where coins live, the story where stories wait to be useful. When the hall grew empty, she and Lily set the cushions more squarely than they had to and gave the grate its last kindling. Sarah closed the ledger and touched its cover as one pats a good horse. 2:00. The rain gentled itself as if tired of its own thoroughness. The silence that followed was not absence. It was the sound of a city wrung out and set to rights. Cartwright, at the door, turned the last key. Winters, in the kitchen, pinned a note to the board that said simply, "Coleman, early." Betsy fell asleep in her chair without doing anything so dramatic as closing her eyes. The posture just drifted upon her, and the room was permissive. Mary climbed the stair slowly enough to feel each tread's different story. The third one with the shallow dip near its edge, the seventh that prefers the right foot first, the landing that holds a pocket of warm air no one can explain. In her room, Lily already breathed the long, even breath of earned sleep. Mary set her dress across the chair back and watched the fabric find its way to stillness. At the basin, the water had cooled to a fine, polite chill. She cupped it and let her face learn a final fact from the night, that weather outside can make a weather inside, and if one listens carefully, both can be favorable. She lay down and turned to the wall, the blankness of plaster a comfort to eyes that had done enough. The storm held to its quiet. In that quiet, thought clarified. She saw the coming days as a procession of ordinary lights, tea steam, lamp glass, the white of folded linen, and herself moving among them, not as an exhausted actor, but as a worker among workers, part of an honest machine that had decided, under rain, to be kind to its parts. She felt, beneath the bed's lumpy horsehair, the greater foundation of the house itself, joists and nails, timber seasoned by a century of English weather. The metaphor pleased her and did not require words. Outside, a final carriage took the corner sensibly. A dog shook its coat and considered deeper shelter. The storm, having made its point, rehearsed itself into sleep. Mary followed, not instantly, but willingly, her breath finding the pace of the roof's small drips. A lullaby does not need a tune when the night has one ready. She thought, before the thought lost interest in being a thought, that tomorrow would smell cleaner, and that the rosemary would forgive the bell jar, and that the women would measure the day by their familiar errands: tea, towels, the careful turn of a key. The last thing she heard, if one can call it hearing, was the house answering the storm with its own invisible nod, a courtesy exchanged between durable things. The ceiling did not crack, the windows did not complain, and the parlor's clock, unfazed by weather, kept its promise. The night had been changed by breath, not by thunder. Sometimes that is the truest storm of all. Morning lifts the latch, the future answers in a whisper. Dawn did not so much arrive as lean in, like a kind neighbor peering through the half-open door to be sure the night had not overstayed its visit. Gray first, clean, rinsed by the storm, then a patient, pearl light that placed its hand on every surface the way a mother tests a child's brow. The city smelled washed. Chimneys coughed politely instead of barking. Cobblestones wore a soft polish not of pride, but of rain remembered. Mary woke in that forgiving hour when clocks feel less like rulers and more like companions. She did not startle. She rose bit by bit, the way a tide withdraws, ankles, knees, the slow release of a shoulder. Lily slept on, a fold of hair across her cheek, one palm open beside her face, as if holding daylight the way a sparrow holds air. Mary watched her for a heartbeat longer than habit, grateful for sleep that had taken its duties seriously. At the basin, the water had regained its brightness. She cupped it and pressed it to her eyelids until thought and sight agreed to begin. The glass showed her the familiar face that existed before lamps, after guests, between hours. No paint, no performance, the honest ledger of a night's work and a storm's peace. She smoothed a stray strand of hair as one smooths the corner of a page, small reverence for a story not yet finished. On the landing, the house voiced its morning alphabet. The first kettle sighed. The first log settled its ash into an agreed geometry. Winters's keys spoke 3 small syllables as they met their ring. The stair, faithful to choreography, offered up its known creak on the 4th tread like an old friend insisting on a private joke. Mary paused as she always did where the window made a picture of the sky. A scrap of blue had found its courage in the east. Weather, like worry, she thought, sometimes spends itself while we sleep. In the kitchen, cook had won her usual treaty with the range. Porridge proceeded article by article. Bread considered itself under a cloth. The room held the ghost of last night's tea, like a kindly ancestor not ready to leave. Betsy entered with shoes damp at the seams and cheeks that might have been apples if apples learned errands. "Coleman came," she announced, pride tucked beneath her voice. Winters, already at the table with her list, did not look up when she grunted approval, which in her language was a garland. They ate without ceremony, then with it. A quiet that is not silence, but an understanding that food can do a piece of the talking when people have not yet found all their words. Josephine's color had risen. She took the bowl in both hands and let the steam practice on her throat. "Better," she said, and though she had said the same last night, it did fresh work in the morning. Sarah, pencil neat in hair, arranged coin into small, well-behaved stacks and permitted herself the secret smile that accountants allow the world only when figures become allies. Lily arrived barefooted, chastened by Winters's look and amused by Mary's, and tucked her feet on the rung of the chair like a child promised a story. After, the house coiled itself for day. Sheets to be sent, glasses to be made to sparkle, the blue room to be restored to neutrality, stairs to be persuaded into presentable dustlessness. Mary took the scullery first, because beginnings are easier when hands have soap and purposes have edges. She rinsed the basin, turned the towels, and lifted the bell jar from the rosemary so it could report on the night. The leaves, wet with their own breath, had come through admirably. She pinched a sprig and carried the scent to her mind, the way one carries a tune, a small, evergreen assurance that stubbornness can be a virtue when directed toward life. When the sheets had been gathered and the hearth coaxed into mildness, Mary allowed herself 10 minutes at the small desk in the rear parlor. The desk had once belonged to someone who believed in letters. It retained that faith and offered it to anyone who sat with a pencil. She took out the cream paper she kept for rare days and wrote carefully across the top, "Dear Jane," the friend who had pressed a meat pie into her hands 3 winters ago, and the address into her future. She did not draft a grand plan. Instead, she sent inventory, that the storm had been well-mannered, that Josephine's cough marched backward, that Sarah's ledger had learned to smile, that Lily's dream of trains continued to arrive late and, therefore, safely. She added, almost and then actually, that she herself had begun to put aside 1 extra shilling each week in a tin wrapped in fabric and hidden under the false bottom of her sewing box. "For the sea," she wrote, and stopped, and then added, eventually. She folded the letter not like a secret, but like a blanket, and sealed it with the pressure of her thumb. The morning ran on small wheels. They turned without squeak. A book was returned to its shelf. A pair of slippers found its mate. The mantel clock, dusted, ticked in cleaner consonants. Mrs. Cartwright, arriving later than usual and wearing an expression like a room that has been successfully aired, stood in the parlor and listened to the house. "Good," she said to no one and to everyone. "And keep." She set a coin on the mantel, a habit of hers on mornings after storms, and the coin stayed, not because it wished to be seen, but because traditions like to occupy physical space. By noon, the day had chosen mildness. London's noise rose, but as a chorus, not a quarrel. The women set about the errands that make evenings possible, a short walk for hairpins and ribbons, a pause at the stationer's for paper, the cheap kind for lists and the better for thoughts, a turn by the baker for the small jam tarts that honored difficult hours. Mary went with Lily, who carried herself as if the sky had personally requested her attendance. They kept to the streets that neither flaunted wealth nor advertised defeat, routes where a woman in a blue dress and a shawl might be anyone respectable enough to pass inspection. At the haberdasher, a box of pins had arrived with their heads aligned like recruits. Mary bought 2 packets and felt, absurdly and correctly, that organization was a form of hope. The stationer wrapped the paper with a string he tied so neatly that Mary wanted to applaud. The baker, faced with Lily's grin, surrendered 2 tarts for the price of 1.5, a calculation that pleased both conscience and appetite. On the way home, they stopped on the iron footbridge to look down at the water. It had remembered the storm and was pretending otherwise. Pigeons, those small philosophers of cities, practiced their modest ambitions along the rail. They returned before afternoon could congratulate itself into evening. Winters eyed their parcels with the automatic suspicion of a quartermaster, and then, satisfied, let them pass. The house took them back, the way a pond receives a pair of pebbles, small ripples, quick swallowed. Mary placed 1 tart on the kitchen shelf with Josephine's name, written large enough that generosity could be efficient. She tucked the other into a pocket of time for later. Desserts, she had learned, do part of their finest work in the imagination. The lull before preparations became its own kind of church. Each woman retreated briefly to her room, not to vanish, but to gather. Mary sat on her bed and opened her sewing box. Beneath thread and thimble and the paper pattern for a cuff she would improve when courage and time agreed, lay the tin, wrapped in a scrap of cotton printed long ago with violets. She lifted it, not to count, but to weigh. Coins feel heavier when they are not meant for bread, but for the future. She set it back where it lived and closed the lid with the careful hush reserved for sleeping babies and good plans. When the hour asked, they dressed. The blue silk remembered her shape, forgiving the half-inch the laundress had taken from the hem last month. Mary pinned her hair with the new black pins. Those tiny soldiers held the line without complaint. She used the faintest touch of powder, the sort that makes a face look like it has just come in from weather, and found a fire. In the glass, the woman who looked back had learned her trade, but she had also learned herself, and that second education kept the first from owning her. Downstairs, fire and lamps rehearsed their duet. The parlor remade its oath to be gracious. The first visitor of the new night arrived with rain far behind him, and the smell of an office in his coat, ink, paper, the authority of stamps. He asked for tea, not brandy, and spoke of a sister in service who had sent word from Brighton that the sea had been particularly blue on Tuesday, as if it had planned it. Mary, who could accept gifts presented as stories, tucked the color into her pocket beside the tart, waiting for later. Hours can be uneventful and still be useful. This evening proved it. Customers came who wished to be seen clearly and kindly, and not for very long. No quarrels scratched at the door. No laughter forgot to use its indoor voice. Sarah's ledger added a line here and one there, the way a gardener tucks in small plants, expecting them to prosper. Josephine, under orders to sit and glow rather than work, glowed splendidly and knitted 2 inches of a scarf that already knew whose neck it would comfort. Lily rehearsed a new hair ribbon and discovered that Emerald can have a second cousin named Fern that does even better under lamplight. Emily read a novel out loud to Betsy in the kitchen for 4 pages, while a pot considered boiling. No one remembered that the book was meant for customers, and the book did not complain. Around 9, Mr. Hamilton appeared with an expression Mary had learned to call balanced. He asked not for upstairs first, but for a seat by the parlor fire. They sat like 2 passengers sharing a carriage bench, responsible for their own windows and the common civility of not jostling. He spoke less than usual. When he did pose a thought, about the nature of steady work or the way London teaches patience even to those who arrive with none. Mary answered in the practical music that had become their habit together. There are people with whom sentences become scaffolding. With him, they were more like handrails, placed where a turn might be. He left, before 10, with a bow that gave the evening back to itself. Between appointments, Mary stepped into the yard. The air had the specific cool that follows rain by one day, a cool that contains the ghost of dampness and the hint of a different scent eager to arrive, coal mingling with bread, city folding into hearth. She lifted the bell jar for the rosemary to breathe deep and considered, as she had in the letter, the arithmetic of weeks. 52 in a year, 2 hands that could sew between times, a tin under Violet's learning weight. She did not expect miracles. She expected routine to keep its promises. That, she had learned, is the quieter kind of miracle. Near 11, the house grew thoughtful. Lamps shortened their reach into corners. Conversations chose gentler verbs. Winters's keys, hanging near the office, looked almost off-duty. Mrs. Cartwright, reviewing the ledger with Sarah, placed her finger on the page and nodded once. Approval, not triumph. She closed the book and, in a gesture rare enough to earn notice, set her palm for a breath on Mary's shoulder as she passed. It said, "I have seen your steadiness, and I rely upon it." The hand lifted. The message stayed. The last caller did not require performance, only presence. He sat in the blue room and allowed quiet to do its work while rain, imaginary, remembered, tapped again somewhere in both their minds. When he rose, he thanked Mary with a phrase so simple it refused ornament. "You have been kind." She answered with a sentence that knew how to bow without lowering itself. "You have been easy to be kind to." They parted like two people relinquishing a bench so another pair might sit. Midnight flattened itself into the small hours. The final lamp was trimmed. The fire disposed of its last bright thought and settled into coals. The house, having earned it, allowed itself one long, luxurious exhale. The women climbed, one by one, the way constellations are read, patiently, with pauses for recognition. In the bedroom, Lily folded herself into sleep so readily that Mary envied her for the art, then remembered it is an art learned, and she was learning. At the dressing table, Mary did not hurry. She unwound the day in careful turns, hook, pin, ribbon, fold, until what remained was only breath and the grain of the wood beneath her fingertips. She opened the window a hand's width. The night accepted the invitation. A draught carried the faintest salt, or perhaps she imagined it, because Brighton had found its way onto a stranger's tongue earlier. Imagination, she thought, is a kind of weather, too. She lay down and turned toward the wall. Her palm found the familiar cool of the plaster. Beneath the room, the house kept its old promises, to hold, to shelter, to outlast. Beneath the house, the city persisted with its soul of clatter and grace. Beneath the city, the slow England earth remembered Romans and rivers and everything in between. Sleep came like a tide that knows the shore by heart. Before it took her entirely, she allowed herself one door left gently ajar in the mind, the door labeled later. On the other side, the tang of seaweed, stones warmed all day and giving back the heat at dusk, a room that looks east, a needle and thread that answer to no bell but hunger and the pleasure of good work. The door did not need to swing. It only needed to be there, a bright line along its jamb where light insists it will be waiting. She smiled where no one could see and breathed once more the simple litany that had carried her across so many hours. The house held, I held, The women held one another. Tomorrow we'll ask again. We will answer. And with that, she slept. The clock kept faith. The city, briefly kind, softened its steps. Somewhere, under a bell jar on a tidy kitchen table, a rosemary sprig lifted its small green hands toward morning and said nothing at all. The lamps of that London house have long gone out. The voices that once drifted up staircases, the rustle of silk on carpets, the quiet bonds woven in firelight, those linger only in memory and in the yellowing edges of ledgers that no one reads anymore. Yet as we sit here together, in our time, safe with our softer pillows and electric glow, it is worth pausing to wonder how much of their world has truly passed away, and how much, like an echo, continues within our own. In Victorian days, survival often meant barter in forms society preferred not to name. A woman's choices were drawn in narrow corridors, service in houses not her own, long hours bent over needle and thread, or the precarious life in a parlor such as Mrs. Cartwright's, where coin was exchanged under shadows. Today, we imagine ourselves far removed from such arrangements. The streets are bright with electric lamps, not gaslight. Wages arrive by transfer, not by coin on the mantle. And yet, the question of how a woman earns, how her labor is judged, still carries echoes. Where once the corset laced tight, there may now be other kinds of binding. Expectations of youth, of appearance, of tireless productivity. Instead of ledger books balanced by candle, there are spreadsheets glowing on screens long into the night. Where once a knock at the heavy door marked the start of evening duty, now a vibration in the pocket or a message on a glowing rectangle can summon us back into performance. We are freer, yes. Opportunities have widened beyond measure, but the pressure of endurance remains, only dressed in new cloth. Think, too, of privacy. In that old house, the women's secrets were guarded by curtains, by Winter's careful ushering of guests, by Mrs. Cartwright's stern insistence on decorum. Respectability was a fragile mask that had to be kept whole. In our own day, the veil is thinner still. The world peers in through glass screens. Lives are measured not only by neighbors, but by strangers in distant places. Judgment travels faster than any hansom cab could carry it. And yet, so does understanding, so does kindness. What once took years to confess in a letter can now be met with comfort in moments from across the ocean. There is progress here worth honoring. Medicine has grown gentler. Women need not fear a simple cough as a lasting shadow. Education has opened doors once nailed shut. The tin boxes hidden under sewing patterns have been replaced by bank accounts in our own names, savings that cannot be confiscated by custom alone. These changes are no small victories. They are revolutions carried in quiet steps over generations. And still, when the world grows quiet at night, when work has ended, and we lay ourselves down, we may find the same needs Mary once felt. A shawl pulled over our shoulders by a kind hand. A nod across the room that tells us we are not alone. A letter, or its modern cousin, a short, glowing message that says, "I thought of you today, and I hope the storm passed lightly." The language shifts, but the bond remains. As you listen now, perhaps in your own room, lamp turned low, the hum of some small machine in place of coal fire, know that you are part of the same long thread. The world has changed, yes, grown taller and louder, but beneath it runs the steady current of human longing for safety, for kindness, for connection. That is as true now as when Mary pressed rosemary to her fingers, or when Lily let her hair down at last. So let the past and present meet gently here. One does not accuse the other, nor does one erase the other. They sit side by side, like two women at a hearth, passing the same cup of tea from hand to hand. We live now with more choices, with greater ease, but also with the quiet responsibility to remember those who walked before us in narrower corridors and to honor how far the path has widened. And as night folds itself around us, perhaps that is enough. To remember, to breathe, to feel the small comfort of continuity. History rests not in dusty archives alone, but in the steady rhythm of hearts that keep beating, generation after generation, each one whispering, "We endured, we cared, we carried one another forward." The house of yesterday and the home of today, they may look nothing alike, yet when we listen softly, their voices almost rhyme. A Victorian parlor glowed with gaslight, its curtains pulled heavy against the world outside. Our modern rooms shine with the quick flick of a switch, curtains lighter, windows double glazed. And yet, both are still shelters against weather, against noise, against the fatigue that gathers at day's end. The shapes have shifted, but the need remains constant. To close a door, to feel safe inside. Consider the women of Mrs. Cartwright's house. Their work was visible only in shadows, their worth measured by coins discreetly placed and names not spoken too loudly. Their rest came late, their conversations often hushed. Compare that to us now. Our labor is public, our earnings carried in numbers we can see on screens, our conversations scattered wide across telephones and satellites. Yet still, beneath the speed and sparkle comes the same longing for recognition, the same desire that our hours mean something to someone. Family, too, has changed shape across the centuries. Then, family might be distant, sometimes unreachable, a letter needing weeks to travel, news already old by the time it arrived. In that parlor, bonds of sisterhood were created to replace the families left behind. Now, family may be only a call away, faces shining through a little pane of glass. Yet even with such closeness, many still build chosen families, friends, neighbors, companions, just as Mary and Lily did when they poured each other tea. Loneliness has not vanished with technology. It has only found new disguises. The answer, as ever, is found in kindness exchanged quietly. Community has widened, perhaps beyond what those women could have imagined. Their London was a city of narrow streets, neighbors known by the sound of their boots, gossip carried no farther than the block. Today, a community may stretch across oceans, voices gathered into one digital circle, and yet, when trouble comes, a storm, an illness, a moment of doubt, what soothes us still is not the scale of that circle, but its intimacy. The one friend who listens, the one neighbor who knocks at the door with a casserole, the one message that says, "You are not forgotten." Progress should not be ignored. Women may now own property, earn wages in their own names, study in universities once closed to them, vote in elections that once pretended not to hear their voices. The corset has given way to comfort, the candle to electric glow. But alongside these gains, our age carries its own quiet burdens. The constant pace of screens, the sense that time is never quite our own, the pressure to be seen and heard by too many at once. The struggle has not vanished. It has simply learned new words. And yet, how soothing to notice the continuity, too. The warmth of a shawl, the fragrance of herbs kept in a jar, the peace that descends when one sets down tools at day's end. Then as now, we are held by the small rituals, tea poured into waiting cups, stories whispered at night, the familiar weight of blankets pulled to the chin. These are not Victorian nor modern. They are simply human. So let us lean back now. Let us imagine Mary's lamp dimming, Lily's hair brushed smooth, Sarah closing her ledger, Josephine pulling the shawl tighter around her shoulders. Let us feel the centuries fold quietly, one over another, until we are left with only the soft truth. People have always searched for warmth, for company, for dignity. And in our own beds tonight, we carry forward their wish. If you listen closely, you may hear it. The echo of footsteps on wooden stairs, the faint murmur of voices through walls, the creak of beds settling under tired bodies. But you may also hear your own house, the hum of the heater, the distant passing of a car, the sigh of wind at the window. Both sounds belong to the same story, separated by time but joined in need. So rest easy now. You live in the comfort they once dreamed of, and you dream with the same hope they once carried. The past blesses the present blesses tomorrow. Let your breathing slow. Let the night hold you. Good night.